Morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, everybody? What's going on, good people? Some early afternoon volatility, huh? I'm good. I'm good. We say we finished this move. Crazy little move last night. I went to sleep last night. We had this measured move on this symmetrical. I had it to the top side because it looked like our momentum was moving up. And it was like this overnight. But it fell out. You got the bottom play. Remember, symmetricals have a 50-50 of playing in both directions. So basically, you got the bearish play out. Then we broke that line, which gave us our measured move to the. We broke that support, which gave us our measured move to the bottom. Didn't quite get the whole thing. Then a huge move back to the top of the range, huge move to the bottom of the range. Tons of volatility since last night. We've been running through this entire range like if it doesn't even exist. Like there's no resistance in between at all, just one end to the other. And now we're back to the top. Give me a second. Let me make sure I got all of this shit straight. I want to sleep dumb early last night. Remember, our false move up has been signaled since back here. Let me go lower time frames. Just so you know exactly where it is. Let me know if my volume is too loud in the background because I've got full of people right now. Right, which means that we have an expiration date for that false move up of midnight. We literally did this last weekend, y'all. Who remembers last weekend when we were doing this exact same thing? Waiting for that low to come in, or in this occasion, waiting for the high to come in before our 3-day. Now we could run and grab all of this liquidation. We could run and hit relief rally base case, or we could literally go sideways and then drop. And all you get for that false move is this tiny little move up. There really is no way to judge it. Only way to look at it is that until that time, we have the possibility of going up, and you should be careful shorting unless you have confirmation. me get rid of that. These ranges don't play. Let's go take a look at the ranges real quick. I'll do this quick and then get back to price. Squiggle, right? Whatever. Ignore the squiggle. What we're doing is looking at ranges right now. Hourly range, easy, right? This is what's holding all of our price action so far. Smaller time frame range, easy, right? Top section. Gotta take all of this price action in. Right, so you're seeing it? Level consolidating and higher level, consolidating and higher level up against the break. Right, what's the motivation across all three levels? Look at how high the point of control moved on our main level. Right, so all of our main point of controls are literally right where we are. Right, move down to those point of controls, automatically going to be a move back up to all three of these high value ranges. A rejection would give us moves back down to these point of controls. But the more we consolidate at these tops, the higher the point of controls move up. Right? Which means that eventually, if you don't break your value area low, this is going to break out. We go down to the 1 minute. If we just look at our range here. Same thing. Literally up against all our value area highs. Our moves down, these are going to be our points of interest. 645, 644, 643, 641, 63. Right? You're building plenty of support between you and even the closest support underneath, which is that 635 that we wanted to stay above, right? So you see us building structure to stay above that support to try to make that move into 70. That's the attempt anyways. Doesn't mean it's going to be successful, but that's what's cooking right now. That's why every time we drop, we get such a quick move up to the top because we keep hitting our point of controls. Makes sense?
Can you look at the current 4-hour candle?
What does it look like?
Check it out.
Yeah, let
It
apply
looks pretty
pressure.
bearish.
Bearish? The 4-hour candle?
It's not.
You got a massive doji to the top. If this wick was on the other side of the candle,
I'm tripping.
yeah.
I'm looking at it backwards. I'm thinking backwards.
Yeah, it would be hella bearish the other way. But here you're just, yeah, you're just picking up. All of these were vectors here, right? So It's just clear. Like, look at how market makers been eating. Just clear recoveries on each one. This has been hand over fist, bro. I can't even tell you how much market makers made in the past 12 hours, 20 hours. That's a thing of beauty. You can sort of see what the issue is here, right? You see the daily candle, the wick on the daily. It's the point of controls. Right? There's too many people that are still shooting at a green July here. So everybody was wanting to buy the dip. Let's look at the macro. Not even the macro. Let's just look. We back up. Remember, we had our fibs drawn here to see the retracement. Give me a second. I'm going 15-minute. So this is our 15-minute. Left side, right side. That moved down for the W. See it? It's pretty. But that's why you're getting the reactions here, right? Because it's the move up from a move that people don't think is finished, and people are waiting for a type 2 entrance on that's come all the way back down to your 0.5. Right? That's what got built overnight. And that's why I think you're having the issues dropping this, because it just looks too bullish for anybody to sell. Now, whether they're right or wrong is a different story, right? Whether we just make a little move up and then we hit that deadline and we is a completely different story. But the picture that's painted is worth holding on to, I think, for most retail right now. Something they can understand. I'll show you the measured move, but time wise, don't really have a lot of faith in this playing out. At least not in one move. What's more likely to happen, in my opinion, if you want me to squiggle it out, this is our relief rally bull case. Nah, I've got people in my house. Hold on, let me go lock them out. Give me a second. All right, that should be better. So anyways, squiggle wise, right? Now we've been shooting for that bull case, base case on a relief rally. We don't know which one we're gonna get, right? We now have some structure that could get us up at least halfway, but we're running up against a deadline time wise. So personally, what I would like to see is a move up into the top of this bearish channel, a 3-day down that doesn't break, Midweek reversal, trap long, trap short, weekend trap, false move up that takes our target, and then we're gone. Either that or this second part is subjective, right? Could be a false move down and then a 3-day up into that target. But either way, I think we have one more weekend trap to get through before we hit our targets. This is just a setup week. Either a setup week or a failed to setup week, right? Both are going to be equally important. Either it holds and it leaves itself looking nice for next week, or it falls apart and all we got was our relief rally. I do think we get our relief rally base case by today, though. That's the type of time I'm on.
The base case is 65.
Yeah, 65.8. That's just one liquidity sweep away here. It's not for lack of effort. I'll tell you that much. Right? Even on the micro level, if we were to take our small W here, our type 2, right? Type 2 on the larger W. I mean, this is no this little type 2 W here is no slouch. Right? This gets us to the base case alone. I hate these because it's so long to invalidate. You literally have to come all the way down here just to invalidate this. It's basically a double bottom W more than anything. But if it does play out, that does give you your move through liquidity. Which would be right there. So that takes you well through that top. But we haven't broken out yet. So, and this is on log. So let's leave that as a dotted line. I know the W's there. We don't got to stare at it because that's going to drive me crazy, all those cross lines. So moral of the story, right? If you break that supply right above us, then we have a chance to sweep and hit our base case. Yeah. Yeah. This is going to take a lot of focus. And this is definitely going to take you checking your bias. This is a really bad time to have a hard set bias. We also need to talk about Tangem. We just went over hot wallets yesterday, and I was saying that Tangem is the one I prefer. Well, we woke up to a Tangem hack this morning. I'm going to do a deep dive on it a little bit later. The TLDR is that Ledger has a hacking team called Don Juan, which is basically they call it research and develop. But what they do is they hack other cards, right? They try to hack other cards and find exploits to make themselves look better or whatever, right? So apparently, what is going on is, they say you can lose your Tangem card, right? Or you can get it stolen And without the password, there's no way to recover anything. You need both two cards together and the phone and the app and your password, all that good stuff, right? Well, there's a chip. The chip inside of the card has one single point where it basically, the chip asks, is this card in recovery mode or not? And so when you're putting the card through recovery to try to get to try to get your information out, the card has to be placed into recovery mode. On the app, there's a way that you can turn on recovery mode. Right? If you turn it off, there's no way to recover your shit. If you turn it on, there's that, possibility that you can recover. What Tangem did is that they ran, what Ledger did is that they ran the Tangem card through the recovery sequence, and right at the very exact second that the card was supposed to register back, whether it was in recovery or not, they hit a specific part of the chip with a high frequency laser, and it triggered on, and they were able to get into the card. They were able to recreate this 3 times in the lab without any failures. So if your Tangem card is lost or stolen, there is a way to get into it, but it costs $250,000, and you need like a college level chips lab to do it, right? Meaning somebody's not going to find your card and just do it, right? 2, there's no way to tell what's in the card, so targeting a card that has over $250,000 would be the play here, right? Criminal organization knows you've got a couple $1 million in a Tangem, costing $250,000 to crack it. Then maybe you have some issues. Me personally, if you have lost a Tangem card in the past and you have not moved those funds, I would move those funds. I'm not taking that risk. And this is my favorite. This is like my favorite card, right? So it was, I did like 2 hours, 3 hours of research this morning into what happened exactly. So it's possible, yes, the vulnerability is there. Yes, Ledger did reach out to Tangem and told them what they need to do to fix it. Tangem did come out and explain how nobody's hiding behind it. Everybody's sort of, no card has been cracked. No money's been taken, right? This was done in an experiment environment, right? In a controlled environment with tons of money. But it is possible, and it needs something that we need to talk about, right? Something that you need to be aware of. So what I would do is I would assume that Tangem is going to release the new cards with the hardened chip, right? Ledger told them, if you do this and you were to harden the chip like this, it'd be impossible to make, be impossible for this to happen. So if Tangem goes ahead and does that, then their new cards will be resistant, right? The problem is that the old cards, for safety issues, since they're not connected, there's no way to update old cards. So there's no way for them to run some sort of a system update to update everybody's cards, right? So yes, if you have an enemy that has access to Elon Musk's lab and Elon Musk's money, then I would worry. But if you do not have a Tangem card yet, there's no reason to buy one, right? And if you do have a Tangem card, but you have not lost them, right? If you haven't lost any of your cards that are in your possession, you are not at risk at all. I just wanted to get that out so people understand exactly both sides of it. It's something about the chip, like it wasn't hardened, meaning exterior electric stimulation could trigger an action inside of the chip. Yeah, mind you, the reason that they know this works is because they've done the same thing to ledgers before. That's this attack vector has been known, right? It's just this attack vector was never successful on Tangent. So this is Ledger's way of saying it could happen to them too. Basically, is what you're seeing, right? It's $1.5 million spent to be able to stand up and say, "You see, it happens to them too." Excuse me. Unfortunately, I would not like that at all. But yeah, there's a very good chance that we could stay in this range. One thing we know for sure is that this range is solid. We can zoom in, zoom out, but no matter how far we zoom out, we're stuck in a large range. And the closer we zoom in, the tighter it's getting. So yeah, exactly. It's the same thing with the tantrum card. If you get it wrong, it breaks the card. Two, you gotta destroy the card to even get to the chip to be able to use it. So nobody can do this to you and slide the card back in your wallet and you don't know, you know? But it is unsettling because until now, um Tangent was pretty exploit proof. The only difference is before, if you lost your card, you didn't have to worry about it. Like if you lost your card, you didn't have to go to move funds or blah blah. Like nobody can do anything with just the Tangent card. That changed today, right? So now 99.99999% of people can't do anything with your lost card, but one person. Yeah, exactly. That's what we were talking about in class, King. You're more likely to have somebody break in your house and shine a Chinese laser in your eyeball until you give up your password. It's way easier to crack it with a $5 laser. But what the lesson this should give, or at least the warning this should give, is be careful about how you keep things. Right? Be careful not to lose shit. Before, I always had a Tangent wallet I always had a Tangent card in my wallet. Even if I didn't plan on using any, like if I didn't plan on spending any crypto while I was out, I always had my Tangent on me. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm leaving them at home now. Right? Because a lost wallet is a problem I don't want to have to deal with. I've never lost a card. So I'm personally, just so you guys understand, I'm not moving a single dollar out of Tangent. I will be as soon as the new cards come out, though. Because that way I'm protected in case I do lose a card or anything. But till then, I'm just going to be very careful about where my shit is. You know, might actually go drop it somewhere. I live in Miami. You can't wear one of those rings. They haven't they haven't announced it yet, but I will be judging Tangent by how quick they get this done. It's not even like you're gonna get robbed. I'm more worried about the girls wearing a Tangent ring than I am about the guys. Women and by women I mean a certain class of women, like the gold diggers that are out at the clubs. They're very aware what a Tantrum looks like. I mean, unless you want to flex, I guess that's the thing too. They are no longer gold diggers. They are Bitcoin and Ethereum diggers. Rick just sent me a message from New York. That's dope, man. He's having a good time. New York City. All right, let's get it. Yo, how do you send your WhatsApp to someone? I never, hold on. I'll do this. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it today, Hoover. I'm like, yo, I don't really need it for anything for the day. Like, why am I, you know what I mean? Before it didn't matter, but now it's like, even though the chances of it actually, falling in the hands of somebody that can do this, I prefer not to take the risk. Mike, what's going on, brother? What's going on, bro? Yeah, I mean, I got Cash App if I need to spend anything. You know what I mean? I need to spend any crypto or I need to, I can always use my Cash App in emergency. All right. This is an official move now. We've hit our smaller, measured move.
Shazam!
Shazam! Let's see if we can get this relief rally base case here. Shouldn't be too hard at all. We're above all of our value area highs, so this is like release the Kraken territory. Damn, how does that feel, Mike? Are we happy about it, or is it like one of those like you're giving your daughter away for marriage feelings? Yeah, I'm looking for a date for that release of the new cards. I would also like to see what kind of deals they're going to give people because If they can't update the old cards, then I think they need to shoot people a deal. Even though they're super cheap, bro. They're like, you know. Yeah, I've been binge watching that shit for 3 days. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, bro. Having that nice bag of dry powder. It's all right. You're just rotating into a big Bitcoin business now. Bitcoin treasury company. Noob question. How the hell do you send somebody your WhatsApp? You just gotta give them your phone number? Oh, okay. So there's not like
It's more easy with number.
trying to get this out to Rick so we can link when he comes down here. Yeah, we've been good, Mike. Just cooking, bro. Almost done with Cypher School. You got a bunch of shit to catch up on. All the classes are recorded and all that. But we've been grinding, bro. I've been working my ass off all summer. Yeah, you're not gonna recognize the Discord when you jump in there, bro. So much new shit. AI agents, news, security bots, all types of shit. I know you love WhatsApp. Give me a second. I was answering some DMs. Let's go. Love it when a plan works out. We are seconds away from officially hitting our base case for this relief rally, which we drew out at 57K. Nah, I'm not hosting it. A friend of mine's having an event. Hopefully should be right when Rick gets here. Let's go see what the book looks like. We hit our top side, right? We were looking at that top liquidity last night. We go to the 12-hour. Right, we had that hot spot above and hot spot below. We look on the 1 month. No, not the 1 month, sorry. But you can see where our hot spots are underneath at this point. But the 2 week, I think, is what we're looking at. Was it the weekly? Yeah, the 2 week. Right, we were looking at both of our hot spots above and below. And we didn't take this out. We had that sort of growing size above us. So we've come now, we've grabbed that liquidity. And 61 is next, but let's look at some liquidations. I mean, not liquidation, sorry. We were just out liquidations. Liquidity. All right, not very helpful here, guys. Come on. Margin level up to 10. Not really a hell of a lot. No major sell orders. Which I know some people think, well, there's no sell orders. That means there's nothing to stop moving price up, right? Let me know, Mike. But the truth is that what it means is that there's nobody that has the idea of being able to sell higher, or else there would definitely be sell orders up there. We're looking at what, 400 at like 67. And if we go to 70, let's bring this down a little bit. There's our wall at 69. It's not a lot of Bitcoin, 270 Bitcoin, but those are the people that are shooting for the same target that we're shooting for, right? The bullish Bullish relief rally. There it is. Right now, people had intentions on selling at 74. That's our Labubu target. It's not a coincidence that our targets have large orders on them, right? Right, we're at our base case. That 70 is half of our vector here on a weekly. I'm trying to look for a specific chart, but if I can't find it, it's fine. I'll find it later. We know this W pattern is there, right? Let's get rid of it. The measured move is there. I just don't want to clog up the chart. Big demand zone. Next demand zone would be at the top of that measured move. Let's get 50% of this vector mapped out. Nope. Yep. All right. Short. Yeah, snipers would have shorted this top, but they would also be shooting for a very short time frame short here. %50 of that vector also brings us down to that SR flip, and it brings us down to the top of the range. Right? Remember, this is important. Range trading 101. If you come back to the top of that value area high and you get accepted back into the range, then you know we're shooting for point of controls, right? So we need to stay above that. That 50 EMA is above 2. So if we do come down, you might not even get full 50% of the vector. You might just hold the 50, but you're going to want one of those two. Or else this becomes a deviation out of that range, and we don't want that. Yeah, we had false move up yesterday already. Right, which means that this high has until midnight. We did the same thing last weekend, remember? Except we were moving down instead of up. Just a quick flashback to last weekend. We had our false move down. If we just invert the scale, right? We triggered our false move up. Then we had our false move up into Monday. We had that line. We said by midnight, we'll put in the high. If we don't put in the high by midnight, then the false move is broken and we can't count on the 3-day, right? As soon as midnight hit, capitulated, 3-day. Right? It's the same thing we're looking at here, just inverted. Price is moving up. We're basically right here, timing wise. Right? That quick move out of the trap. Quick move out of the trap. Coming up to our date. I'm gonna drill this shit so far into your heads that you guys is like impossible for you not to see it. The 5 minute is the one that has our 50 in between. Is it the 5 or the 1 minute? I think it's the 1 minute actually. Your first test would be that 50 on the 1 minute because it's above 50% of the vector. Right? If this holds and pushes away, if not, then the chances of hitting that 50 are pretty big because that 5 minute vector or the 5 minute 50 EMA is underneath right now. So we'll go to the smaller time frame and then we'll map out the play from there. Hold on, I'm getting people out of my house right now, and I'll turn my camera on. That's the good thing about false moves, that they're not very subjective, right? There's rules to follow. Now, the rules might not be perfect because it's a new, remember, this is a new paradigm that we're going in. But like I told y'all, the rules that I'm following for the new setup are anytime a trap long gets freed is a new trap long until the psychological range is formed. As soon as your psychological range is formed, any new high is your false move, right? Triggers the false move for the week. This was the last high we got before. This was the last high before the psych ranges came in. Right? Psych ranges came in. We put in that new high. This was my trigger for the false move. Right? Which means that from this point forward, I'm expecting a new high that is not to pass Monday night. Even with this move down, this did nothing to invalidate the false move. Yeah, now what we have to do is judge it, right? The trigger comes in when the false move pops. Whether market maker is in control is proved by the fact that you don't put in a new high or a new low past midnight. Market maker could be out of control right now. This whole move could be a whale move, right? We don't get that check, right? That confirmation until we see that that deadline comes in and price reacts. Then we go into our 3-day swing. And our invalidation for that 3-day swing is that high or that low that's set on Monday. So each stage has a clear invalidation, right? And those invalidations, the way I set up the invalidations are proof that market maker isn't in control, right? If market maker is not in control, we don't pay attention to the weekly swing. We trade by momentum. If market maker is in control, then we pay attention to his weekly inventory swing and we respect it. Yeah, if we put in that high by today, that means that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday will be 3-day down. If you weren't here for my squiggle earlier, well, I could do it here. It doesn't matter. That's our relief rally, bull case, right? Again, not promised to anybody, right? That's just my top level for the relief rally, rejecting off of 70. Our base case is what we're about to hit now, right? If we have until here to hit that, and there's 2 weeks left in the month, then if I had to give like a magic squiggle, if I could control the market and do what I wanted it to do, have us pop up, start coming down, have our 3-day down that doesn't take out these levels, right? So maybe that's 1 day down, 1 day up, 1 day down. And then we have our midweek reversal, trap high, trap low, weekend trap, pulse move down, 3-day up to hit our target. And that ends our July. Or like I said before, you take this section and invert it, right? Pulse move up, 3-day down to end the month. Way too early, right? This is future tripping. So it's way too early to be able to give you an idea of how this is going to play out. We don't even know what the liquidity looks like yet. But 2 things. I want to put in our high before Monday, and I don't want to take out these levels by Thursday. That keeps me in my top level targets for the month. Anything less than that, we have to consider, and I'm telling you this from now. Anything less than that, we have to consider that this is the top. Right? There can be no tiers if all we get is the base case, because we've been looking at this from the bottom of the bottom of this run. So we have to prove this case over the next couple days. Yeah, expect the unexpected, but don't invest in it. That's just silly. We invest in the most probable. We hedge against the possible. Right? That's how this works. Your money sits in the most probable move. The hedge against that is what's possible. Yeah, I think there's still space to run, Titan. I don't think that we're blown out yet at all. And I think that that 3-day down, if we stay above that level, will do a lot to reset some of those oscillators for the last week. Now, can I get my base case, or are you just gonna make me wait 2 hours for no reason? Yeah, you could look at the queues for like Legacy Confluence. The problem is that they've been getting the lion's share of the money lately, right? So it's like, though we are running into the last couple upticks on global liquidity for July. So we managed to survive that downturn, right, without taking too many hits. Look at your stochastics. This is your daily stochastic, right? You came down, but the 4 hour, 4 hour. See what happened there? Your daily was coming down as your 4 hour was coming up, right? That 4 hour stochastic gave support to that daily stochastic, which is what kept it from dropping. There's enough move on this to get that top target with our daily stochastic. The problem is that our 3-day down is probably going to come in right as our hourly and our 4 hour is sitting up at highs. Right. So by the time we get to this line, we'll double check it when we come back. But by the time we get to this line, I expect that 4 hour and that hourly stochastic to be maxed out. Right. Which means that their downturn will be what gives us that 3-day retracement. Remember, the daily stochastic moves very slowly. Right. So that 4 hour and the hour coming down will turn that daily down slightly. But I still expect that move. We'll see. If that daily doesn't hold, when that 4 hour and that hourly drop, that daily starts dropping and doesn't hold, then we've hit our top. Right? If it does, then we're looking for an extension. Little M pattern, threatening. No problem, man. That's why we're here, bro. Helps me get it out too. There's something about explaining it and having to explain it in a way that everybody can understand it that makes sure that I'm not leaving anything covered. Slowly but surely, man. There's no getting around the 10,000 hours. If you're lucky, you could be around somebody that'll help make it make sense while you're getting those 10,000 hours in. But there's no substitute for chart time. It's like flying a plane, right? They don't let you go up by yourself until you've put in a certain amount of hours. Nice, good shit on virtuals. Let's get some volume on the screen. It's cold as shit in here. Let me grab my hoodie. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Down on the 15-second to watch this play out. I should see what the let's see what our call of crypto looks like. It's a fight. Resistance 65.6. Support 65.1. Bears are getting pushed back. I don't got to tell you what team I'm on. See, I got the hoodies on them. I know. Dope. Pretty contested right now. Well orders coming in on the bear side. Bulls are fighting back. Pushing them back. It's not released yet. I've got a couple of, it doesn't, this is going to be ultra realistic by the time I'm done with it. I've just got some generations left. I got to generate the ground. I've got to generate the back mountains. See how they're still, definitely still in beta. But you guys will get access in the Discord. They're pushing them back heavy. Oh, shit. Big push. Reinforcements coming in on the bear side. You know, price action's gone boring when we're on the 15-second watching Call of Crypto. Getting some pretty heavy absorption on both sides here.
It's the breakout.
Remember to wait for confirmation, yo. Try to separate what you want to happen from what's derivable on the chart. I gotta fix these. They're like meshing into the ground. It's there. If you turn on all the if you turn on the UI, fear and greed and the delta are what give you the weather. There's gonna be weather, right? So meaning if funding is high and fear and greed is low, there might be storm clouds. There might be, you know, that's what controls the weather. Then you've got your tape over here, right? Buys and sells in real time. Your order book depth and who happens to be in control. Just a little fun tool to keep Discord engaged during the boring times. Yeah, we can go back to the 1 minute and see that touch of the 50. Where we're at exactly. Clean touch so far off the 50. Like I said, we either go to the 50 on the 1 minute or we go to 50% of the vector, which is lower. All right, invalidation for this M doesn't come in until 65.5. Now, this will probably just be a funnel, right? Just to get people into the Discord and the YouTube. Maybe they really like it. They'll buy a bull bear hoodie. Whoa, push them back. Push them back. Holy shit. Nah, the bears just unleashed the Kraken right there. All of that work pushed them all the way back. Nice, Jonah. Still haven't broken that 50 EMA. When the planes fly over, those are large whale orders. Yeah, I'll get this hosted soon. I just got to finish some of the visuals. All of those houses and stuff in the back, those are just placeholders. And then I've got to work on the bull bear mode. This is the Bobby mode, right? Very on brand for us with our Bobby character and our wetsuits and shit. But then you got your bull bear mode. This needs to be fixed still. Bull bear mode is different. Bull bear mode isn't going to be firing. Bull bear mode is going to be bulls and bears charging the front lines. I've got the I've already got the actual models set up. I just need to get them animated. Whoa, a lot of green fire. By the way, the green fire versus the red fire. The fire is controlled by delta. Right? So when you see overwhelming green fire like that, that's an overwhelming delta, overwhelming bullish delta. Remember, price only moves with the delta. If we go to the UI, 71%, 77%, 79%, 83% bullish delta. Right, price go up. Yeah, that's sort of what I wanted to do, was make it to where if you turn it on, you can see very quickly who happens to be winning at the time. You know what I mean? Even if it changes a second later, but I want it to be able to be at a glance that you can tell who's winning. Or you can go football mode. Bulls are winning. Yeah. It flipped because it's contested now. Yeah, Jerp. Definitely do. You guys got to remember, getting 100x in crypto is just 10xing a 10x. Do I advise that you sit in one asset to try to pull 100x out of it? No, don't. Is it way easier to 5x and then get a 2x on that 5x and then get a 10x on that 10x? Yep. It is. Bearish delta's picking up here. Bulls are fighting back. Give me a second. I'm doing something over here. We'll dig in a little bit deeper after this. My first build on this, I tried to build it with like a AAA game engine and physics and all of that. Every explosion that went off let off 1,000 particles, right? And the explosion, that shit crashed my PC so quick. And then I tried to have a soldier for every standing order in the book. And that shit instantly crashed my PC too. So I definitely had to, I had to get creative. Put it that way. Yeah, the dead soldiers are getting replaced. You can see them getting replaced from, you see them coming in from home. All the reinforcements coming in. Yeah. I don't have them rezzed out yet. There should be little bobbies running up, but they're just placeholders right now. It's a fight at this support. You know how sometimes we're watching the chart and shit's going sideways, and I'm like, I don't know about y'all, but this shit is like an action movie right now. This is what I see in my head. There's a couple things missing. It's still beta. A couple things I want to add that'll help. What I really wanted to do was add terrain, right? If one side or the other was pushing against a thin or a thick order book, I wanted it to be them pushing uphill, right? Or if a team is pushing through an empty order book, I want it to be that they're fighting downhill. But apparently there's technical limitations between what I can imagine and what I can get done. So we'll work on that, but I opted for weather instead, right? Instead of terrain, it's going to be weather. So if funding rates are high, you know, fear and greed looks crazy, then you'll get thunderstorms and lightning, you know. If it's a cool, chill trading day, you'll have clear skies. The artillery are large market orders up to a certain size. When you see the planes come in, those are your whale orders. The closer the mortars come, like if the mortars fire from the people, those are small market orders, or comparatively. If the mortars come from further back, they're larger market orders. If they come on a plane, they're the biggest market orders. Everything means something. I told you I tend to do too much when I start doing shit. A gift and a curse. It's a blood diamond. It just shows increased selling pressure. So market cipher B or A. That's when we saw that that big attack from the bears. Bull reinforcements are coming in heavy though. I'm pushing them back to resistance. That resistance is right here at 6549. Right, basically the top of this. That's the red line in the chart. White line is price. For alt season to happen, y'all, people have to feel rich in Bitcoin and Ethereum. That's like one of the rules that you need to remember. For a true alt season comes from Bitcoin and Ethereum profits. If you're not in a situation where there are any Bitcoin or Ethereum profits, then the chances of an alt run are pretty small. You could have an alt run, but we're talking about alt season, right? Those are two different things. If we make this move to 70, alts will run. But it still won't be alt season. But it is a fight for this resistance right now. My opinion, the only thing that stops alts from running is if all we get is this relief rally base case. We push past that, then alts have a chance to do their thing, in my opinion. 143 viewers and only 35 likes, y'all. Y'all can please slap that like button and let YouTube know that this is something that should send out to more people. It'll help get the channel out. Are you not entertained? I will do a couple TikTok dances. Don't play with me. This 50 is solid right now, though. Too late, Marco. People already hit the like button. You missed the opportunity. Next time. Damn right, Austin's trying to step it up. That's why I didn't get into Streamer University. If I would have had more TikTok dances, Kai would have accepted my application for sure. The numbers are thinning on both sides. It means you're getting some exhaustion. That's not a bad idea, bro. Until we know for sure that retail's coming back, then we should be focusing on the things that institutions want to buy. And we go where the money is. It's just a lot of buy pressure. There's, there there are equal sides invested in holding and breaking this 50. I'm not gonna lie, the coolest part of this whole shit is my hoodie. W super chat. Appreciate the support, fam. Super chat. Oh boy. Orders have come in. Both sides are fully stacked again. We're moving towards that resistance. The bears are not giving up, bro. Every time that white line gets close to their resistance, they step it up. But you can tell because the bulls are in front of their support, right, that they're obviously still winning. It represents the number of standing orders, but there has to be a limit or else it'll just keep rezzing them until my computer crashes. So think of it as a thick order book when both sides are fully, right? Or a thin order book when one side is less than the other. Ooh, buddy. There's audio coming too, but that's going to be crazy. Yeah, it's a real fight here. You can see it by just looking at the chart. You don't even have to look at this, but I think it's so cool that I can let you into my brain because I promise you that this is how I see this. The reason I love this game and the reason that I can sit here and chart for hours and hours and hours is because this is just as exciting as this is. Even if you're sideways. Usually, especially when you're sideways, because that's when the real fight is happening.
You know that website with the dinging that you're always using?
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, it's going to be like that, except bullets and explosions.
The very first time I found that, like, I was just decided to keep listening to it because I'd never heard anything like it before. And it was the first dip of the last bull market.
Oh, shit.
You know, we got, like,
Yeah.
it was crazy. It made me keep throwing money, and I had money back then. I kept throwing money at it. It ended up being a good thing too that I did, even though I lost money that whole like bear market.
Mhm.
It came back to me. But yeah, can you imagine the very first time?
I used to have that shit on all the time when I wasn't at my chart, just to hear it, right? So you could have a sort of, you know, when it's time to come back and look at that chart when that thing starts singing.
Yeah, I used to do that too.
But I'm
I
always
kinda
at my chart
see that.
now, so it's like whatever.
Are they still doing that? I haven't seen it. Hasn't
Yeah,
popped
yeah.
up in my long time. What's it called? I can't.
The aggregator.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, it's the Keo has it. There's a couple different places that have it. Neve said AgriTrade has it.
Thanks, Neve. I'll look at that.
I would show you how to get it on Keo, except I can't pull up Keo still. Anybody else having problems?
It's sharp. Hello, everyone.
Yeah, but on the order book on Keo, there's a little volume button that you can turn on. Yeah, mine has been at least 3 days, Neve. At least 3-4 days already.
You tried with the VPN though?
Yeah, I tried it after we talked yesterday, and still it didn't. Just wouldn't load. It's like a perpetual loading screen.
Try clearing local storage within your browser for Kio specifically.
Like the
Because
cache.
yeah, pretty much.
All right, I'll try
Because
it.
like once they rolled out some of the updates, it might be like circle looping some of the things it's trying to load, and it's basically like if they don't have that end closed with like redirects,
Hmm.
it might basically give like 404 for like some of the assets, and it just keeps
That
like
makes
loading
sense.
it instantly.
Yeah, I'll try it. That makes sense. But
Also,
damn, they
I
should put
jumped.
out a damn notice or something, right? Like everybody's having, well, a lot of people are having that issue. So
A lot of people are not, so they're still getting the money. They don't really care.
yeah,
I
that's
guess.
true.
Also, I spammed you on Discord in DMs with a GitHub you might be interested in.
All
Well,
right,
it's a post on X, but
I'll take a look
you
at
might be
it.
interested.
What is it?
Like it claims to be like similar to like a war room from Palantir that's they rolled out for some of the governments,
God's
but
Eye.
somebody recreated it on Next World View, World Tracker.
All right, I'll take a look. Yeah, I've been following that dude from that dude that created the God's Eye. He's the one that first vibe coded Palantir on Claude. And he had the dude from Palantir in his messages the next day. It was crazy. He had the dude from Palantir defending Palantir, basically saying, because everybody was so amazed that this guy had sort of, you know, vibe coded this thing together so accurately. And Palantir was like, well, that was done with public sources, but Palantir works on proprietary private. So, like, but just the fact that he felt like he needed to defend it was crazy. Like, just a dude, and it's not just a dude. This dude worked for Google Maps. Like he was a dev. But that's the first time that I was like, holy, like that's when I really realized how powerful vibe coding could be. Like what you could really get out of it. But yeah, I'll check it out because I definitely want to add. That's what I'm trying to do with my terminal with the globe, right? I want to have that globe section set up to where we can track everything. Show you guys what I mean. Right, so this is the terminal. And what I wanted to do was, this is just a screener. We've talked about this before, right? Crypto stock screener. So if you're in the Discord, you'll get this. But maps. Yeah, so on this section here is where I would like to add a lot of that. A lot of that info. We've already got our satellites, right? Real-time aviation, crypto transactions, hotspots, war zones, right? Stuff like that. You can click and get the information on the side, what's going on. Then if you turn your satellite on and go to day mode, you can pick an area of interest. And you can zoom in. Rick's in New York right now. Let's go look for Rick. Rick sent me a picture from Times Square.
And there is his Tangent wallet.
Hey,
The laser
there
his
goes Rick
face.
right there. He's buying hot dogs at the Dirty Water hot dog stand. This is still a work in progress. I've got to add a bunch of stuff. You know, there's public access, public APIs to flock cameras. You know how crazy that is in the cities? Which means eventually I'll be able to have a white dot on every flock camera, and you'll be able to click it and go to a live view. Let me zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Oh, but yeah, I'll look into it because I know there's definitely some stuff in there that I can implement.
Yeah, there's a video. It looks pretty good. Like has like a bunch of like subsections to the terminal, like different news, different live news channels.
Yeah.
Like X live, etc. Yeah.
I don't know. I deleted cache and I opened on a different browser, and it's still giving me that slow network bullshit.
They have some support team.
I'm going to probably if it's not cleared up in a couple days, I'll figure out what the hell's going on. It's fine. I mean, there's other options. I just like using Keel because it's free, and anybody that's like watching on YouTube can jump on and look at the same thing, right? They're not like, I don't want to have to end up using a bunch of paid stuff that people can't follow along with. Bulls are doing a great job of holding this 50, but Bears are doing a really good job of holding this resistance, though. I don't know how deep the bag is, right? This is going to end up being a game of big bank take little bank at the end of it. One side or the other is going to run out of funds and not be able to keep reinforcing. You don't get any real reinforcements on the bullish side until you start hitting some of these liquidations. Right? We're in no man's land. Everybody's got to fend for themselves. Beyond. Probably because they won't let me trade and talk to y'all all day. One of the main reasons. The third blood diamond. Excuse me, on the 1 minute. That's just evidence of the fight that we're looking at.
What are the blood diamonds?
Blinked off. It's elevated cell pressure. Short period of time above the 50, I believe. I think it's above the 50. There's a EMA. Let me find out for sure, because there's one part of that I always get wrong. But it basically just means that you're getting unusual cell pressure in larger wallets. I'll get you the exact definition here in a second.
Trading so much liquidity both sides.
Yeah, there's a lot of action here. Okay, I know all of that, but give me a second. I'm like trying to get the actual code trigger for it. It's based off a bearish EMA crossover, but which one? Does he have this proprietary or something? I knew what EMA. It's a EMA. It's cell pressure, but there's an EMA crossover, right? A bearish EMA crossover. And I used to remember exactly what the EMAs were, and now I don't, and I cannot find this shit anywhere. But for the most part, how they're used, right? Context matters, right? You see them at the top of big pushes. You also see them when you're fighting major EMAs, usually the 50 or the 200 or the 800. And then if you wanted to follow it by the book, you would turn on your smaller blood diamonds, which I have turned off because I can sort of see it without seeing it. But for those that are new, right, when you're using Market Cypher, blood diamond is good, but when you see the blood diamond followed by the smaller diamonds, then it's an increased possibility of a breakdown. And we're sort of like scattered here. Right? When you see the blood diamond and the small diamond on the same one, it gives you this weird little inverse snowman looking thing. Then that's a good sign that you're getting a quick. That's when we had that big attack on the bears, right? You had one here, you had one here. But it's just letting you know what's happening within that candle. Right? The blood diamond that I remember the most, that was the most helpful. I remember I argued with Zusi about this during this time. I miss Zusi, man. My back and forth with Zusi have been epic. So it was on the weekly, it was here. This is the first blood diamond that Bitcoin ever got on its chart ever on the weekly. In the history of ever. That was at the top of our relief rally during the start of the bear market. And I remember saying that exact same line, and Zusi was like, ah. It's good though. You always need somebody to bounce off of, man. It keeps your bias in check. But yeah. Right. So that gave us our drop from 44 down to like 17. They're much stronger on the macro. Right. The other one, this is the second one we've ever had. Because in that major accumulation down to our lows, right? 48. But those are the only two we've ever had in history. Worth paying attention to on the macro, let's just say, right? You get a lot more of them on the daily. But for the most part, short time frame is worth paying attention to. And I
Did you
think
get equivalents for the bull case as well?
not really. The way I have this set up, there is, right? So like on Market Cypher, if you turn on everything, which I don't ever have everything on, but if you turn on everything, then you do have these green dots, right? But it's really meant to be used in conjunction with the main Market Cypher. Because you have to see if you've got trigger waves or you've got, but if you notice here, just off the couple that we see, not really very successful as far as entry goes, you know. Always a little bit of. So how I tend to use Market Cypher A is as a whale watcher, right? So I turn everything off except for blood diamonds and manipulation X's. Right, and then I watch for that. Then on small time frames, you'll see manipulation come in, when there's an excess amount of selling or buying happening, usually only selling, on the order book in a short period of time. Right. This is when whales tend to make their moves. And then there's certain plays that you can play into, like Forex plays. And I keep this because it's worth it for the most part. But only because of our manipulation, right? So there's something called a 4x play. Not 4x like 4x, but 4x like 4x's. And usually what it means is after 4x's, maybe 5 sometimes, you end up getting whale exhaustion. Right? If whales are dropping price, especially if they can't drop it anymore. This was successful. Right? But let me find one that wasn't. In a bear market, most of them tend to be. Well, here's one. Right. So you had 4x's. Right. Dropped as much as you could. Couldn't drop it anymore. Price held. You had whale exhaustion, right? Which means that whales then have to go long to get their money back. And then they'll try to attack again. Usually it continues. But whenever you see a bunch, like this is a good example, right? You see a bunch clustered up, but price isn't dropping anymore. Right? And you got 1, 2, 3, 4 X's. Lets you know you're getting into like whale exhaustion territory. Sometimes they're very effective, right? And then it creates panic. That's what it is, right? If a whale can drop price and create panic, then there's no need to keep dumping off, right? Because retail does it for them. But if they can't, right, if it's not creating the panic that they want, then they need to keep trying, right, until it's either successful or they're exhausted. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. The last 2 had very little sort of effect. So then they get their money back and they try it again. Just where they're placed is the only difference, right? Market Cypher B is your momentum that's at the bottom. So some of those other dots, the ones that I take off, like you need confluence for those. Like if you get a green dot and you have a trigger wave and a divergence, you know, but this I watch mostly for divergences. And I only pull, if you notice, I hardly ever pull up Market Cypher. This is what I tell you guys, that there's different tools for different jobs, right? If market maker is not in control and we're trading by momentum, you'll see me go to Market Cypher more. If market maker is in control and we're playing the swing, right, then we're just using the cipher. Our cipher.
Do you use Ichimoku? Because I remember you mentioned it like a couple of times, but like, do you use it on a daily?
No, I use Ichimoku mostly for long term, for macro, like daily, weekly, 2 week, monthly. I don't have anything against it being used on smaller time frames though. I think I have there's sharper tools you can use. I think probably on small time frames, a Bollinger might give you a more sort of faster input.
Yeah, I mean they kind of have different like theoretical use to them, I guess.
Yeah. But on a small time frame, right? It's like you're really only looking for momentum and expansion. Right? Is price moving? Is it moving away from mean reversion? How far has it stretched from mean reversion? That type of thing. But yeah, on the it's very powerful on the macro. Like it's one of the main tools that I use to find bottoms or where we are in the cycle. It's probably one of the better cycle bottom finding tools that exist because it's agnostic, right? It doesn't care about whether retail is in or not. It doesn't care whether whale wallets are a higher proportion than retail wallets, or what the MVRVC score is. You know what I mean? A lot of these things that failed at the top of the bull market failed because of what they were watching. Like it's really important, I think, that if you're going to use an indicator, that you understand how it works, like to the like down to first principles, right? Because yeah, we were watching all the traditional, like when you go to CBBI, we were watching all the traditional indicators for market tops, right? And by these indicators, even when we were at our all-time high, what was it? Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, we had gotten to like about 90, 92, 93-ish. Right? It's supposed to top at like 100. But these indicators, a lot of them are based off of the reason that they work is because usually our tops have come after alt season and blow off tops. Right? So we've gotten really comfortable using indicators that let us know when we're in a blow off top. The problem with that is that we didn't have one, right? So a lot of these indicators didn't fire. Right? The only indicators that stayed true for the most part were momentum indicators, because momentum indicators don't care about anything. They just care about whether you broke that top side momentum or not. Now, if we go back into quantitative easing, sort of bull market, then yeah, all of those indicators will be more reliable. Typically, I would wait for CBBI to get underneath 10 and just start buying Bitcoin. Right? All of these Bitcoin bottoms, right? CBBI was at 1, 2013, 2017, it went down to 4. 2022, it went down to 3. Right? During the last bear market, if you guys were here, you remember, as soon as CBBI went underneath 10, I started dynamic DCAing. And that's been a rule that has kept you in the game for the longest. The problem is we didn't trigger at the top the way we should have. Meaning the top of this bull market was 99. The top of this bull market was 100. The top of this bull market was 97. Right? So it's not like the CBBI totally let us down. If you started to DCA out of your positions above 90, the same way that you DCA into the positions below 10, then you would have at least started to get out, right? But if you were waiting for that 95, 96, 97, 100, it didn't hit, which means that we can't wait for zeros, ones, twos, or threes at the bottom. Right now, the CBBI is at 32. So whenever anybody tells me that, oh, Bitcoin's bottomed already, it's like, really? Because this would be the first time in history that it bottoms anywhere in double digits. Right? And even as wrong as all the blow off top was up top, it only affected the CBBI by like 7 points. So, okay, maybe if we were sitting at 15, I could entertain it. You know what I mean? Like if we were at 20, 15, 17, I might be able to entertain the idea that maybe one of these indicators or several of these indicators are seriously misfiring. But we're too high. And then you can go through each one of these indicators and find out exactly how they work, what they do. I suggest that everybody does that, right? You want to know what the R hodl ratio is instead of just looking at a static sort of number, right? Understand how things work. But this does give you a good glance, right? Every day you come on, look and see where we're at. Yeah, CBBI is too high for, in my opinion, for this to be a bottom just yet. Amongst a million other things that I'm looking at, right? It's not just, you don't ever want to judge anything based off just one thing. Right? You need confluence. If you're right and the bottom's not in, then dig in. You'll find other things that tell you that. If you can't find other things that tell you that, then that says something, right? That's sort of like how I trade. I can sit down at this computer and take a trade at any time of the day. Like my default is let's find a trade. Because of that, I can't do that, right? Because of that, I have to sit at the computer and look for reasons to not trade. So when I pull up a coin, I'm looking for reasons to not trade it. When I can't find any reasons to not trade it, then that's a go. It helps you with your bias, right? If you lean bullish naturally, then you should look at it like that, right? If you lean bearish naturally, then you should sort of flip it. I have no reason to think that the CBBI won't go down underneath 10. I don't. But the fact that we only went up to 93 means coming down to like 7 or 8. Right? Should be enough to make you sort of pay attention. And CBBI can drop hard fast. Right? It just depends on what price is doing. I imagine that when we get down to like 52-ish into that consolidation range, I think that CBBI will probably be in the teens at that point. The teens or the 20s. Yeah. I mean, I don't, profess to having a crystal ball or anything, but one thing I can promise y'all is that I'm a trader first before anything else. And the one thing I don't plan on doing is missing this bottom. So trust me, that is taking 80% of my cognitive load is going into make sure that I don't miss this bottom, and in turn that we don't miss this bottom. And y'all know me, I'll pivot on a dime if I have to. There's zero ego when it comes to me, bro. If I see anything that makes me feel any different, I will pivot so hard, so quick. The bears have to refill their side now because of all the sell orders that just filled. They're coming in though. Reinforcements are coming in. It's called a bear market, Duff. It's been about 6 months, 7 months. Yeah, but remember, orders are stagnant, right? Orders get triggered by market orders. So just because there's more buy orders and sell orders, what it means is it's the thickness of the book, meaning it's easier to go up than it is to go down right now. But we know that because we already broke the 50. Right? Got to have your mean reversion. We also put in a larger M pattern here. Well, we'll leave that because that hasn't played out yet. So we need that invalidation still. But just to map out the battlefield accurately. For those of us that trade W's bullish, it's just you know what this is, right? It's just you fractaled into a larger W or a larger M. Yeah. Right? Trade we take every day. Small W breaks out, doesn't fill out its measured move, comes back to put in a larger W. This measured move doesn't exist until price breaks that support, though. That brings us back down to test our value area highs and the 50% of that vector that we're targeting for the retrace. Make that dotted because it doesn't exist yet. And then we can drop our other invalidation here. So bulls, those are your targets. If you're trying to get something shaken right now, you need to invalidate both of those M patterns. You're also getting pretty close to bullish flag territory with one more dip. Just like W's, remember slow breaking W's create bear flags. Slow breaking M's create bull flags. It's just a bull bear fight that you're watching. Both sides are trying to convince retail that their pattern is more viable. Right, so you have two potential measured moves here that don't exist until breakouts. I'm doing this on the screen so that everybody can see, but this is what I do in my head as patterns are forming. Right? The only viable pattern that's active right now is this M pattern that broke down, that has not been invalidated. We're looking at the breakout of the bullish pattern now. If we break out and hold, then this becomes a viable target. Once we invalidate that M pattern, then this becomes the only viable target. Make sense? $6,556 has about 400 Bitcoin. And that's right at our invalidation. And so if we look at Bookmap, that's our wall right above 300 Bitcoin now, 350. What we're looking at is for bulls to absorb that buy wall right there. I mean, that sell wall. That happens, we invalidate our M. These are all sell orders that are coming in above. Yeah, man. Yeah. Which would probably be right about underneath 50% of that vector by the time we get there. But this looks bullish here. They just got to absorb. It's just all going to come down to if there's enough. Like I said, it's big bank, take little bank. Is the Bulls war chest bigger than the Bears war chest here? They're going to have to buy about 400 Bitcoin to prove it, 500, 100 plus Bitcoin. Basically that supply that you see right there. What's going on, Doge? About 590 Bitcoin. You need to get above 6556. Focus on the road, brother. Get those ladies home safe. Oof, hello. Beautiful. All right, so we've invalidated both M patterns. This one wasn't active yet, so it's not that big a deal. But this one here was our active measured move. So that's been invalidated. That is currently one of our viable measured moves. The other one is shorter, which would be the double bottom W that takes you to our relief rally. Base case. But this only became viable now when we broke that. This measured move here does not get deleted It doesn't exist, right? It doesn't exist until you break, but it doesn't get deleted until you take this high out. Right. The reason is that if you put in a lower high or even a double top, then you put in a double top and you break this, then this is still the measured move. Right? That's your M pattern breakdown. But that doesn't exist until you lose this level without taking out that level. But for now, we're going to let market makers show off. Remember, we have an expiration date on this move. Time wise. Right? This flag gives us the same measured move that we have from our larger W breakout. Right? Basically at the same spot. I'm not sure that we get all of this. Excuse me. Before Monday night. Let me get a drink. I'm not sure we get this whole measured move before Monday night. Possible. We've got what? 10 hours? But I don't think so. I think more likely what happens is we get up into these liquidations. Maybe if we're bullish, these liquidations. And then we end up sort of coming down. And I mean, not like this. I mean, like, then coming to our deadline, we go into our 3-day down. What I want to do is get high enough to where our 3-day down doesn't take out our value area highs. Right. Then and only then can I even think about that rejection off of 70. Remember, this is our base case. That means if this is all that we get, that's a W, yo. Right? I want to hear no slow singing or flower bringing if that's all we get. But as of right now, it is set up. Yeah, we were just talking about it. Well, in a roundabout way. Give me 1 second, yo. The closer that we get to our targets, the higher the numbers you're gonna hear. Remember that always. That's like just a steadfast truth of the market. But the reason that I focus on these levels is so that y'all don't have to worry about that bullshit. Yeah, maybe we do. Right? 74 is our Labubu target. But we definitely don't get it without getting our base target or our bull target. Right? So treating each one of these highs as a possible top is the best risk-adjusted way to do it. For me, that just means moving stops up. That doesn't mean exiting positions, right? Moving stops, maybe peeling something to compound, but for the most part, it means moving my stops way up. Attack. Look at all those orders coming in. Just pushed past resistance. Look at how far the bear resistance is now. Okay, I've got to fix that. Look at where it put the resistance at. 166K. All right. There's definitely resistance before that. I'm gonna have to work on that math. Nah, yeah, it's trying. Where's the book? 600, 700 Bitcoin. No retest of our break. Right, so there's still that Livermore pivot to look at. 50 EMA, probably stop it. That would be funny, bro. If this shit goes to 166 from here, then I definitely have to charge for that. I definitely have to start charging for that visualizer. That would be sad though. That's all we got. I mean, honestly, between us right now, I'm really only looking at 180 to 200. Maybe even 175 to 200. For the top of the next bull. I say only, like, but you know what I mean. What is kind of funny when you want to talk about stuff like that is BTC USD Binance US. Does this chart still exist? That's the time that it was off. We used to use this chart a lot. This was a bottom of a bear market chart too. Hold on, I'll show you what I was looking at. Yeah, midnight Eastern. Are you gonna let me go back that far? That's where the chart stopped. Oh, come on, really? Can you give me more than that? There we go. This was that last fake out. This was our consolidation range, right? This, in my opinion, is what we do when we go down to 52, right? Consolidated for a while. And I remember things were starting to look really bullish here. We had that bull flag, and that was a measured move. But this is where we dialed in, where things started to get sketchy. This used to be how I called my targets, with the little target emojis instead of the arrows. I need to go back and look. When we had that fake out, the retest that we never got. Watch for confirmations. Nice vector fill for a last play before the bottom. We just nailed this shit on the way up. This is exactly what I planned on the bottom of our chart looking like. My girl is here. I told you I was dating somebody that whenever she came over, the Bitcoin price just dropped like a rock. We used to use it as an indicator. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. All right. Anyways, though, the point of looking at this chart. Look at this wick. Right. This was before the top of the bull market. So there was a scam wick that came all the way down to 16.9. That was such good buys. Like if you were allowed to trade on what you call it. So we were just talking about that thing saying 166K and laughing if it played out. This scam wick got so many people wrecked. Right? So this sort of looks like 1010, but for alts, right? Where the wick came down and then it went and it filled the wick. But everybody was bro, the amount of people that are like wicks fill, and it's like, bro, it's just one exchange. But the reason is because it's happened before. Bitcoin, Finance US has been known for some crazy scam wicks that actually played out. We got a little meme version going there. The speed of those orders coming in. Watch what happens when we start hitting these liquidations. We've officially hit our base case for this relief rally.
Shazam!
Guys are sinking into the ground. Bears, this can't be a good sign. This is a beta, y'all. That's why they're not mapped to the top of the map. They're just sinking into the terrain. Don't judge me. It'll be fixed. Got about 800 Bitcoin to pop through right here, but those liquidations, if you hit them, will help to make that sell wall disappear. Put a 1 in the chat being part of this channel or Discord. Made sure you didn't miss the Green July. It'll let me know if I need to be louder. Oh yeah, I love to see it. Oh man, that would be funny, Ruben. You know, that's doable. All I would have to do is make sure that any of the reinforcements or any of the market orders that are coming in at resistance are little pigs. That shit would be funny. But it has to depend on when the orders come in, obviously, right? Type 5s. Yeah, I don't know how deep we can go into the sound effects, for real. Wheel, little piggy. Five EMAs holding support. That's bullish. Bear numbers are dwindling. We're still looking at about 800, almost 900 Bitcoin to get above 6582, which takes us into those liquidations. Actually, probably only 500 Bitcoin to get you into that actual pool of liquidity. By momentum alone, not great. Not great. You could hold the 50 here and take out those licks, but you're going to need to build structure to continue. We've got, what time is it? Yeah, we've got a little bit less than 10 hours for market maker to push. If you've noticed, some of these moves to the downside, you don't see market maker matching orders here. Right? Our one setup here, he matched orders to the downside and then cleared those vectors up. But after the breakout, right, you're only seeing market maker money come in to push price up and hopefully to stop price when we get to the 50, right? You should see another vector here. Remember that market makers have two tools to move price. They can fill the order book or remove orders from the order book, their orders, right? Or they can decide to match or not match a trade, to provide the liquidity to the top side or to provide the liquidity to the bottom, or to deny liquidity to the top, deny liquidity to the bottom, which then means that you have to go to the book itself. So paying attention to when market maker steps in can give you a little bit of clue towards motivation. Bull armies back at full size. Pushing towards support. You're at about 50% of that vector recovery. I need to order some food. What are y'all doing for dinner?
Beer.
Beer. Yeah, you can just tell the motivation is to the top side right now. Like he's not willing to match orders to the bottom. But that also means that he has confidence in the buy pressure. Because at times where there is no sort of confidence in buy pressure, you'll see big green vector up, big red vector down, and then use those imbalances in the red vector to help push price. This to me smells like market maker thinks there's enough bullish momentum to get into these liquidations. So he's just letting natural mean reversion take place to the 50. We'll know when he steps in. We haven't retested the break of this yet. Right. Which means that I would expect to see red vectors or a vector in this range. Where is it? Put it on here. Did they remove this tool? I hardly ever. Oh, here it is. All right. So in this sector here, where I'd expect to see old Slim Shady give us a vector. And call it the vector sector. Well, I got up early, so I'll be eating dinner today at like 4. W sub, appreciate you, Taki. Welcome to my crazy family.
I got a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So, I know that you keep mentioning like Green July, but are you expecting August to be red?
No, not necessarily. If we go back and we look, the last Green July didn't top until I think the 10th or the 11th of August is when it put in the high. But yeah, it tends after July, you tend to get your next capitulation. So whether we top out, before the end of July and then August is that capitulation, or if we still have some bullishness left in the tank, we haven't hit our targets yet going into August. It doesn't, the end of July doesn't automatically mark things go down. But I do think we have a red. I do think we have a red August. But that doesn't
'cause the reason
mean we can't put in a new high. Like the first or second week of August.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason I was asking. Because I was looking at the like 2-week, 1-month liquidation. There's like a bunch of liquidations at like 63.2, 63.5, and like to me, it looks like we can probably sweep that like 66 level. But then for the structure, like to consolidate, I would ideally like to see like 63 go, and then we can head here.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Well, maybe at this point, if for me to keep 70 as viable, like that rejection off of 69, which is the our bull case or whatever up here, we have to hold 65 in my opinion during this week. If we lose that, I start to worry a little bit. That would be the top of our range. The reason is because the last thing I want to do is get accepted back into this range and then have to come seek out point of controls. We don't have a lot of time left in this month.
Yeah, but then again, we have like a week, couple of weeks in August.
Yeah. Right now, I'm only targeting the month is because I would like to hit these targets by the end of the month. But yeah, I don't automatically give up on them just because we don't, unless we start breaking. If we go underneath 60, that's it. We're not going any higher. But 63.5, that support at 63.5, 62.5 down here, this. Yeah, as long as we stay above that, I think you still have a viable chance. Now, I think we have to stay above 65 to do it by the end of July. But as long as we stay above 62.8, 63-ish, then I think you can still pull it off in August, maybe. Maybe. Sentiment's really important right now. Anything that happens can't be too bearish. If it is, it's gonna trigger that top signal for a lot of people, and you're gonna have real trouble finding this sort of buy pressure after that. All right. If me and market maker are on the same page, this drop through here will be a red vector, and then we'll be able to recover that vector on the way up. If we don't hold the break of this, right, then this just ends up being a failed pattern. But either way, W price action. Very nice, very nice. Super chat. That's what my deep dive is on tonight, Evan. We're seeing signs. I haven't given up on a new high for ES, but if you give me some time to cook up, I'll have a fuller answer for you in about an hour or so. Yeah. No, you're right. Right. Even in this case here where we had our green July, right? Red June, green July, we ended up putting in another high first week of August. I think it was between, if my memory serves me right, it was between the 12th and the 14th or something, 10th and the 14th. Let's see. We put in that high on the 15th. So we had our green July, and then we retraced, and then we put in, you know, a little topping structure. And then we had our capitulation. And then before that, our high was in July. Oh, wait, no, this is the wrong one. Here. So our high was July 23rd. And then we went into capitulation. And then here, where was it? Here, July, June, July. This was 2014 where we actually had a red July. Yeah, red July, and yeah, it didn't even pop up. August was just bloody. So you've got red August, red August, and this is a 2014 one. Yep, exactly. Screwed up that chart. I mean, we really did a great job of screwing up the macro chart on Bitcoin. This used to be just a thing of beauty. 3-year bull market, 1-year bear market, 3-year bull market, 1-year bear market, 2-year, but 4-year cycle's broken, guys. See, look, it's proof. That's what people are saying, by the way. But you should. It's just this chart on Twitter and then 4-year cycle broken. I think we need to use a little bit more nuance than that. There's our red vector. Give me another one. It's a lack of a blow off top, guys. I really don't want anybody to overcomplicate it. The difference between this candle ending up red or ending up green was quantitative tightening. Right? That candle would have ended green. We had diminishing returns on our third quarter year anyways, right? This was our third year. Big green candle. This was our third year. Smaller green candle. Right? You would expect it to have been a small candle anyways. But the inability to push, like the difference is that it didn't close above 94.6. Right? Closed at 87 instead of 94.6. Yeah, metals. I told you guys early on that like anybody that I had talked to during this bull market that had like a substantial amount of money that wasn't just hardcore crypto, they would just say the same thing to me over and over. Deliverables. I'm only interested in deliverables. If I can't receive deliverables, I'm not taking it, meaning they're not trading paper. Right? Wealth saw the rotation coming, that commodity, when that commodity gear starts to turn, right? Chapter 2 in Cypher School. When that commodity wheel starts to turn, money moves towards deliverables. They'll trade paper if they can take delivery on that, right? If they can use that paper and then turn it in and get a deliverable, but just paper that's based off of nothing. And you got to understand, like for crypto, that means self-custody, right? That means Bitcoin, which is why Bitcoin got the majority of love. Even with ETFs, right? If your ETF doesn't settle in kind, then that's paper. You don't have any Bitcoin. You have a promise to pay you the amount of money that a Bitcoin is worth. You know who else has gone quiet? And I'm going to address them later because we've got work to do now. But it's not a 4-year cycle anymore. It's a 5-year cycle. Remember that? Nah, the business cycle hasn't taken off yet. And global liquidity is extending into a 5-year cycle. And it's not a 4-year cycle anymore. It's a 5-year cycle. It's a great thesis, right? And before we hit the top, it was something worth paying attention to. But the main thing I want to just teach people is even though Bitcoin is tied to global liquidity, right, meaning it's the most sensitive to global liquidity, just because global liquidity is going up doesn't mean people are going to buy your coin. Doesn't mean it comes into Bitcoin. We saw it go into AI. We saw it go into metals. Yeah, okay, the global liquidity cycle is starting to extend a bit. That doesn't mean that you automatically have to assume that the Bitcoin cycle is going to extend. Right? Not when we've seen that shit hit the date so many times. They don't run shit here yet. Yet. Now that could change. That probably will change. That is changing. But old Bitcoin whales, old Bitcoin miners still control the cycle. All right, let's see if this vector was enough spark. Meteora is responsible for bringing the meme coin craze to an end. Meteora got caught sandwiching trades in front of customers. I still don't know what ended up coming out of that. Nothing, apparently, if it's pumping now. Crypto has like a short memory. Meteora, if I'm not mistaken, is what Trump got launched on, right? Let's see if we can get this retest. I want one more vector into this retest. Yeah. Yeah. Funny thing is that Cypher bot in the Discord was all over Lab. He was giving warnings about that shit almost every day.
I think we're building a pretty decent bull flag on 1 hour.
Yeah, we're still looking good on small time frames too. Appreciate you, market maker. Yeah. Yeah, I said it before. This could very well be top. Right? We're mapping out to see if it holds, but just remember we hit our base case.
Short 'em, boys. Short.
Very careful. Very careful. So the issue is this as well. You guys know how much I hate, how much I absolutely hate this pattern. We're all happy for this green July. I'm here for it, but we are putting in that bearish structure on the 4 hour. To bring it down to most touches. Right, and that's where we are. Let's go naked chart for a second. Right, so long as we stay above that 50, which is why I said I don't really want to lose 65. But 64, 64, 4, 64, 8 at that daily open is where things get sketchy here. Anything above that, you can keep climbing. Just know that these patterns, for the most part, break down. Right, so there's two options. This continues and we don't break. Which would be wild, but that is, we're in a range and the range is a range until it's not. So this continues, right? Which means that we get to that bullish relief rally like middle of August, what we were talking about earlier, in case you have half of the month in August, But seeing how long it would take leads me to think that we are going to break out of this if we're going to do it. If we reject and we lose the midpoint, if we reject off the top and we lose this midpoint, which is all of these vectors, which is 64.3, right? We keep coming back to that between 64 and 65 number. Then the whole trajectory of this sort of goes into question. We failed to hold that breakout. That's not a good sign for this flag, right? These two measured moves are still viable. This is not. Didn't see what we wanted. Back to range trading, right? Just in this range that we're in right here. What are the rules? If you break the top of the range and it doesn't hold the top of the range, price seeks out point of control. If point of control doesn't hold, price seeks out the bottom of the range. Right? As above, so below. You're checking to see if you get accepted back into this range. or if it rejects. If it rejects, this is a breakout. If it gets accepted back into the range, it's a deviation. Keeping all of this micro and macro stuff balanced in your head while looking at a small time frame chart is important. Remember what we said about this measured move? Right? We said that this measured move is viable if you break this line without taking out that top. We did take out that top. Right? So this M pattern that this measured move is based off of doesn't exist. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, Sinlos. Even to how we came down and hit that 50 and like it's bugged out. We just got to keep pretending that we don't know we're in a simulation, bro. That's it. Just ignore the evidence. I got into a crazy rabbit hole the other day. The worst is when you find a rabbit hole that backs up like some crazy thesis that you've had in your head. And you're like, oh boy, here we go. So the theory I've had is that your entire life has already happened already. And a lifetime is just how long it takes for our senses to render it. Like we're experiencing it, but we're limited by our bandwidth. And this rabbit hole this video I went through was like nuts, bro. Like they really went into it, like just the whole physics between light and light capture, and it was nuts. I was like, I gotta turn this shit off. and to the holographic nature of the universe and all types of craziness. Like, bro, I need to focus. We're not at the bottom of the bear market yet. Well, we met, had dinner, did some little TikTok dances and shit. Well, you know how they say like the light that you see from stars took, billions of years to get there, and you're really looking at the past. Like the star's already gone. It's just the limitations, the light speed, travel limitations, and your brain's limitations to it's sort of like the same concept.
Nothing we experience is actually really now. There's a fraction of a second of a delay. We're experiencing everything in the past.
Yeah, it's
Processing
that sort of blown to its most extreme sort of degree. Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah, exactly, Austin. Deja vu is just a skip in the record, right? You got to a part that you weren't supposed to be at yet. And then when you finally get there, you're like, whoa, hold up.
There's another thing where they related to our experience of not actually experiencing the absolute present moment is our mind actually literally does render predictions as it's going. As it's, because we have our blind spot it renders or whatever, and there can be a rendering error where the timing just becomes a little bit off. So your experience of now, you're experiencing now and remembering now at the same time because of that split second difference. Something like that.
That's why I stick by the perception is the name of the game. And we all perceive the same things differently. Just on a basis level. You could have a conversation with somebody and you both took something completely different away from that conversation. You think it went great, that person never wants to talk to you again. Yeah, I agree, YG, 100%. I can't tell you the amount of friends and people that I know that just aren't present. And that's the worst thing ever, bro. You can tell when somebody's just not there. They're either in the future worrying about shit they have to do or in the past thinking about shit that happened. Well, if I'm right, and all of this shit has happened, and that doesn't take away control. Most people are like, well, that means it's predetermined. It's like, no. Right? You are the person that you are, the person that you've always meant to be, and the choices that you make are choices that you were always going to make because you're the person you are, whether you're conscious of it or unconscious of it. Right? The difference is how fast do you want to get through life. If I'm right, and it's all pre-recorded, and end of life comes when you're done rendering it, then maybe we should take a little bit more time watching the minutes that we're in and focusing on that instead of trying to fast forward all the damn time.
And it's 100% natural to get lost in thoughts or the past or the future. Even people who have made it their life's mission it still happens, but the key is to get better at just reminding yourself to come back to the present. So you catch yourself in thought, you just let it go. It's just a cloud passing in the sky. And you bring yourself back to the present without judging that it happened over and over again. And eventually, as you keep practicing, even if it's once or twice a day, you'll get better at it. And then eventually you only get lost for a couple minutes before you come back.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the
I think it should be done intentionally. Like, we're adults, right? So that means you have to review past actions and appropriately adjust, right? But that's like
You're
contemplation, right? There's times where you sit and you contemplate and you think about these things. There's times that you sit and you meditate and you think about nothing. And then the rest of the time you're present. Problem is,
right.
a lot of people spend all of their time in contemplation.
Well, sometimes it's not really contemplation. It's almost like a dream is happening. They're not even aware. If you're aware that you're contemplating, then you're still present.
Yeah, you're running on automatic. Dog mode is what I call it.
Yeah. Yep.
Like you're just running off instincts and stimuli, right? Environmental stimulus.
Responsive or
Yeah.
yeah, response mode.
Yeah, we go kind of left sometimes and hear croak, but it's all important. All of it, Rocky. Dial in, bro. Nah, most of the action, what? Probably when we pumped and all that in the last hour or two. Yeah, we got to try to keep YouTube AI off our back. It's on my television. A Nikai. I gotta finish up doing this research. I'll be done with my legacy research, or my lunch, or my dinner, whatever you want to call it. It'll be here soon. And then we'll go into a deep dive on legacy and what's going on around the world. So all our targets are still to the downside. Remember, we want to hold the top of these ranges. Right? We're up against a deadline. So the chances of this becoming the high for the week, in my opinion, go up if we break these two value area highs here. I know I was looking at the Jasmine chart yesterday for like the first time in a while. And we're back in that accumulation. Hmm. There's no way they let us do it again, right, Sinlos? Can't be. I mean, there were no regrets buying Jasmine anywhere in this accumulation last time. That's for sure. And I'm looking for diminished returns. Right? I'm not even like talking about, even though if you want to talk about what my heart says, but my brain, right? My brain says maybe 3-3 for the next run, next bull market. My heart, though. But if this comes down to the bottom of accumulation, and there's still time, right? And this is not a show. There's enough people in Japan to buy this shit. I don't need any of y'all buying Jasmine. But if this does come down to the bottom of that accumulation, That's a 7x the target one. 11x the target two. I'll look at lab. My bad. I wanted to look at Velvet too. I forgot you asked me to do that. What the hell? Interesting. I know nothing about this though. Except for that it's basically fractaling. You've got that vector on the way up that is a very juicy target.
This is a scam token, you know that, right?
Yeah, it's just another one of those. The one, yeah, it's one of those. But when is it over is the question. And so
Same as Rave, same as Lab.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, I can't deny the similarities. All I care about with these type of coins is that you have a tight stop and that you get a good entry. But I mean, she's already done it once. My argument is that you could do it again. Which means the only successful, good risk-adjusted way to play it is as low an entry as you can. Right?
So we're long now, right?
Really tight stop.
Would you personally trade something like this?
Only when it's moving.
Would you
I don't
trade
do the setups, and I definitely don't tend to do the once the show's already repeated. It's, you know what I mean? It's like, but I do understand that there is a large imbalance above. It's still being currently traded. And if Bitcoin makes this move that we're talking about, you could easily get that sort of move up to grab those liquidations. But it would just be a vector recovery thing. A good risk adjusted way to do it would be to target half of that vector on the daily.
But what do you mean by liquidations, though? Because I'm pretty sure, like everything, like all the actual like money-wise liquidity was already pulled out by the developers. So, is there anything else left?
No, the imbalance in the book is what I mean. These vectors fill because of the imbalance in the order book. Excuse me. When market maker gives you money to drop price, right? When they provide liquidity to these vectors, The way they get their money back is by matching your order to the opposite side. The reason that they get their money back is because of mean reversion. The mean reversion that they play into on these big moves is taking advantage of the imbalance in the order books. Remember, this price moved very quickly through price and was matched mostly all by market maker, which means left a lot of orders in the books. They will go back and grab some of that liquidity, not liquidations, but they'll grab some of that liquidity from the order book before they continue. I mean, this has been just cake for market maker. Market maker's literally been eating here. Best way to look at it is every time price goes up, you say, I want to go long, right? So market maker gives you the money to go long by matching that short position. Right? So all of these are short positions that are left. And then that red candle gets market maker all his money back. Providing liquidity for that red candle means that he also opened long positions on the way down. Those long positions get filled. Right? Then do it again. And you do it again. The sign that I would look for this being over is a drop that takes out, but that isn't a major vector. But would I be like running to trade this? No. You never know for sure when the party's over on these type of things, right? That's why I said that I know nothing about the coin, because it could literally be a fundamental catalyst that keeps this from happening. Right? Like, just to give an example, this price could have been completely dead, and there could have been some news that they got a partnership with Disney, and then price went up. Then found out that it was fake, and then price crashed. And then dev team said, no, it's not that it's fake, it's that people misrepresented. Boom, it went back up. And then something else came back out, and then it's out. And then tomorrow they announce officially Disney puts on the thing that they did whatever they said they were going to do, and then price goes back up. Or Disney comes out tomorrow and disavows all knowledge and says, no, this is complete bullshit, and price drops. That's a wild example, but the point is, without knowing the fundamental reasons for this, you're running a risk. There's only so much that you can play off of momentum and volume and that type of shit with these coins. It could be something as easy as a fancy coin coming out tomorrow that grabs everybody's attention. You know what I mean? And then all of the degens that were trading this just literally go to the new coin, and this ends up just going to no man's land because nobody's trading it. So when you guys ask me to do TA on the chart, I can only do the technicals if I haven't done the research on the catalyst. Yeah, I'll look at lower time frames. Right now, the key is that 50. Right, staying above this 50 on the daily. Excuse me. All right, lows, higher lows, had your uptrend, went into consolidation. Rejected off the top of the range, came back down to the bottom of the range. You're being held by your 200 and your 50. All right.
Look at lab.
Yeah, I was going to look at that next. Somebody told me it was going to shit.
That's even better.
This is basically the bullish structure that hasn't been invalidated yet. And this takes you up, I believe, to 50% of that vector that we were looking at. If not, close. Yeah, it takes you past it. But you can't ignore the fact that we're running flat here on point of control. And so I would watch, obviously, value area low. You don't want to lose that. You want to stay in this range. But that would probably be the sign I'd be looking for this being over. I wouldn't want to run down. I'd be uncomfortable running a position down to W in validation. Yeah. Keep your eye on the bearish structure that you have formed. It could stop the move short. Right, your bearish structure is already in. Actually, you break the bottom of that bear flag right as you break that bottom position. So like I said before, that would probably be the most important part of the chart to watch now. That was long. I would only be comfortable in this long with my stop loss right underneath. Makes sense. I like SPX. SPX is like a community token at this point. SPX guys are crazy, by the way. Guys are nuts. But there's something to be said. If you are gonna dabble in memes with something that has a strong community, like some sort of a goal or a mission. You realize that meme coins and alts and stuff like that, alts especially, ran for years and years and years with zero institutional involvement, right? Like, the problem is they're not gonna run if there's no excess liquidity in the market. People just, I don't think, didn't understand that this was our first quantitative tightening year. So that whole push, right? That whole move that just lifts all tide, like that tide that lifts all boats. Excuse me. Just didn't happen. That's how these communities work, bro. When you're tied to like a mission, you know, and the whole idea of that SPX is, you know, working man, we're gonna flip the S&P, and you know, it's like whether you believe that it's possible or not isn't important. What's important is that the people that are in it believe it's possible and that the community's strong, because that's the only thing that will make you buy a dip after a bear market on a meme coin. A lot of these meme coins that are down to nothing, they're gonna stay there, y'all. Nobody's buying these shits back. Like 7 million memes out there. And I hear people all the time. They're like, oh shit, you know, brain rot 2.0 GT is down 97%. It's like, yeah, it's going to go down another 97%. It's probably going to stay there. I think that where a lot of people screw up is that they feel that the new bull market is a guarantee that everything goes back up to at least where it was before. And it's like, nah, bro. That is not how this works.
Ooh, out of curiosity, can you have a look at Theta, please?
It was building some decent structure there. Doesn't look bad. It just looks like it's coming back for a deeper retracement. Actually moves very cleanly. You're on your fourth fractal here. Your first W bottom W played out. Into your second fractal. Let me see where we're at fib wise. Golden pocket. Yeah. It'd be a good spot for it to hold here.
But I mean, from the macro perspective, I think it's like almost dead.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you want to go to the weekly, like this
Yeah.
thing is full freaking reach, like absolute full retrace to nothings.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not running to load my long-term bags with Theta anytime soon. But as far as short term, it does have the ability to sort of build out here, maybe go to like 19 or 2. There's just so much better shit to trade. I mean, I don't like you guys asked me to look at something. I don't like to cast dispersions on it and shit, right? As long as the chart looks good. But there's so much better shit to trade than this. Even if it looks good.
Yeah, I was mainly asking because I had like a massive bag since like the last bull cycle.
One of those
And
leftover bags you forgot about.
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not really that I've forgotten about it. I was looking for it to like top out even higher during like this bull cycle. And it just went down basically, and that's it. So I think my average entry was like $3.4 and I sold at 30 cents.
Oh shit.
It was a bit of a yeah. If we were to tell you how much money I had in liquidity pool that was exploited on Theta as well, that
Well, look, I'll tell you
funny
something.
memories.
I don't like. So this isn't financial advice. This is like psychological advice, and I tend to do this when I take hits like that. I make sure that I remember how many coins I had. Forget about the money completely. Right? Just write down on a piece of paper somewhere what that cost you, coin count, how many Theta you had or whatever. Right? And then when we do get to the bottom, just go take a look at it. Like there's a chance you can buy back your coins for like a fifth of what, and then for me psychologically, even if that coin doesn't do amazing, as long as I get back what I lost, I feel like I didn't lose out on anything, right? I've got the same coin count. I just wrote it down. Cool. If it doesn't go up, it doesn't go up, but it doesn't feel like as much of a loss.
True. I think project wise it's like pretty much dead. Like
Yeah.
the treasury is running dry soon. So and I've been saying it for the past like couple of years. I think quite a few blockchain based projects and blockchains themselves actually need to go bankrupt, like for a healthier industry altogether, because there's no like not enough fresh blood, not enough institutional participation. So there's nobody to buy into all of those different projects that are coming out every single month.
It's like .com, and you're starting to see the money flow into the cream at the top. You know what I mean? Like right before it popped, and then when it came back, only the quality projects got picked up. But before that, right? If you're around at that time and trading, which I wasn't actively, but if you would have been, then you would have seen that those projects start to drain, right? Underperform every time it goes up and start to drain into the bigger projects. And you would have seen the market sort of picking the winners, which is really what we're talking about, right? Like we know blockchain is the future, but which one? Because you definitely don't need 140 L2s, you know? And honestly, you probably only need a couple L1s. So it's all about picking who the winners are going to be. I don't know, but the way they've been fighting this rule. All right, so rock with me for a second. The clarity bill, right? What's holding it up right now is that the Dems want a law preventing the president from benefiting with any crypto project, right? From being able to drop a meme coin and promote it or whatever. Now, to me, if I was Trump, I wouldn't care. It's not retroactive. You're not going to come back and get me for what I already did. It was legal. Not only that, but I did it before I was president. Yes, it was 24 hours before inauguration, but technically, technically I was not president, you know? So then why are they fighting it so hard? Why hold it up for something that's not going to affect them, especially when you think, okay, well, it'll keep a Democratic president from being able to do it in the future too, right? Unless you had plans to run it one more time before this was over. So like, I don't know. I have heard whispers of it. Haven't heard anything official, but how hard they're fighting this ethics bill makes me think that they might be planning to run it back one more time before they're gone. Who knows though? SpaceX, huh? It's my SpaceX TA. I'm still sitting on that on that pre-allocation I got at 135. And I can't do anything with it until August 12th. So I was staring at, this is my pre-allocation line right here. So I've been staring at this thing the whole time. And it's cool because I can't do anything about it anyways, right? It's a small allocation. It's not. And we did 2 or 3 complete deep dives warning about getting into SpaceX. before this. I just wanted some skin in the game. But yeah, as soon as it looked like that wasn't gonna hold, that's when little Miss Thing here started looking at me all crazy. I'm like, I know I can't move it. What do you want me to do? I know I see it just like you see it. Duh. You don't think I saw the break right here and not holding the fib and the rejection off the bottom of the range? I saw all the same shit you saw, little lady. Nah, brother. Not anything I'm looking at. I'll ask you one question when it comes to that. Let's go to ES. And this is like for people of all levels, right? But all right, so we've been looking for a new ATH on ES. Might not get it, but I'm looking for at least one more. This is the monthly. This is what a bear market looks like on ES. Yeah. It's just a retest of the 50, right? Mean reversion and then continues. If ES still looks like this, what do you think happens to Bitcoin at whatever price Bitcoin is at when ES comes back to fill this vector? Right. Bitcoin can't bottom, in my opinion, until ES at least gets to this vector. At least 6,500. And then as far as its bottom, I'm only shooting for a retest of top. Yeah, basically the same thing that we saw. Just a retest of that top. So we'll see. I know that we're not far though. Time wise. The good news is if we did hit bottom at 57, that won't be the last time we hit it. Because that would mean that we're going to look at a massive consolidation range. You got to remember, for the bull market to start and be sustainable, they need a large pool of liquidity. Right? You need to be able to come down into liquidations and clear liquidations so that price can move. Right? These ranges here, where price comes down, that final capitulation, and then runs flat, right? The liquidations that are built up underneath this That's the money that rich people need to be able to move. Those liquidations give you the Bitcoin that you need to be able to go. Right? They can't buy here. You buy $10 billion or whatever your bag is here, you're pushing price up to here and you're getting filled all the way up. Right? And I'm talking at the biggest level, like market maker. So price comes down to a range that's usually a bearish channel. I mean, a bullish channel, right at the bottom of these things. Right? Even at this level, but the big one happened here. Right? Price came down, consolidated for the longest, and then swept liquidity. Same thing here. Here's a perfect example of what I'm saying about if 57 was the bottom, right? Price comes down, hits, pops up. Everybody thinks that's the bottom. So everybody goes long. Price comes down and clears them before going. Why didn't price just go here? Right? Same spot. Why didn't price just do that? Right? You need to grab this liquidity. You need to build it, first of all. And then once you build it, you need to come get it. And that's what I think we do. Right? I think price comes down. We're in this order block now, which in my opinion is where we reject from. Whether it's 69 or whether it's 65, we already, base case, bull case, we talked about that already. But I think we reject off of that order block. And then we come down into this one, 52, 53. And then we go sideways, and everybody thinks that's it. And then we take out the lows. And then you get a Lambo. Nah, hopefully nobody's running out to buy Lambos. Those are jokes. It looks good for the next couple weeks. We just went through the downturn, immigrant, and held it down. So we didn't, you know what I mean? Global liquidity isn't going to be the issue to push them forward now. The issue would be if it goes somewhere else. Yeah, exactly. A house. Everything works out the way it's supposed to. Like I said, in class, this is one of the very rare times where we should be at our highs when real estate's at its lows. Hopefully with some good rates. I don't think people think forward enough, right? Like, I don't know. First, you need conviction in what we're doing. You need conviction in Bitcoin, first of all. For this specifically, what I'm talking about. But if you have that conviction, right, and you agree that everything in the future gets cheaper in Satoshis versus fiat, then those future purchases can be like pre-planned. Meaning like, okay, you and your girl, you're thinking about getting married, da-da-da. You got a house, your houses are crazy right now. So you're waiting for real estate to come down, obviously. But even when real estate comes down, it's like, you know, you can be able to buy a house outright. But if you look at what the down payment would be right, for the price that you're expecting price to come down to during the housing decline, and then you divide that by the amount of X's that you plan on getting or that you think is possible for Bitcoin, right? And I'm not talking about me be moon boy and expect a 10X on Bitcoin I mean, like you look at Bitcoin and you say, okay, if we're down at 40, I think we can get at least back to where we were, right? So you're like, okay, reasonably, let's say 4X. And this is not financial advice. This is just the concept I'm trying to explain, right? Reasonably 4X. So that means I can take that down payment for that house and I can divide it by 4. And that's what I need to try to get. It makes the goals not seem so unreachable. Like there might be somebody who's like houses. I'm talking about buying a house right now, bro. I can't. Well, break it down. Can't you? You know, and maybe you can't. Maybe you wouldn't even be able to come up with that, the fourth of it. But in the future, right? As you go compounding and you go, then these are the things that become accessible. So like that's why I told y'all that some of my trades, even the long-term ones, they're like small businesses. Like the trade has a purpose. Like my next home, right? My next home is going to have its own trade. And the size of that trade is going to be whatever I think Bitcoin or whatever I think that trade is going to be in, those X's, right? Whatever that purchasing price is divided by those X's. The job of that business is to make enough money to buy that house, right? Or to make enough money to buy that car, or to make enough money to go on that vacation. And your girl showed you something on Instagram 4 times already that she obviously wants. All right, boom. Maybe you open a little side business for that. Right.
Can't buy Brad Pitt.
The next 2, 3, 4 trades, right, are gonna go into getting whatever she wants. Whatever you want. Two things happen when you trade like that. I think some people come in from the beginning and they're trading for a long time without ever taking profits, and your brain doesn't build those synapses between working hard, trading at the computer, and it ending up in something you want or need. That's important. To be able to do this shit when it gets boring, your brain's gotta work like that, right? So the good thing is A, you get to meet a goal, right? And get something you need. B, it doesn't touch the main portfolio because it's a side trade, right? Something you're doing with a specific purpose. And C, those are the easiest TPs to take ever. There's like no emotional, if the number is, 10K, 5K, whatever, when you get there, you take that shit so quick because that money's not meant to make you rich in the future. That money's meant to do what it was in there to do, and that's it. I don't care if it's $75 to go to a festival that you want to go. Well, $75. What am I talking about? Then $50, whatever it is. You turn those $50 into that 150 to get that festival ticket, and then you cash out and you get that festival ticket, and your brain builds that memory of, oh, okay, you know. But the important part, I think, is that it doesn't touch your main, your main bags. I got you, bro.
Go Team Red. Would you dabble in IRL business at all? Or like not for money?
It had to be a passion project. It's really got to be something I love, like the Discord and so.
Yeah,
You know what I
true that.
mean? Yeah. Nah. Right now, it's just you guys. Like right now, I'm really all my attention's going into Discord, building the
No, no,
YouTube
but I mean,
channel up.
like, you know, like I don't know, 5 years time, 10 years
Oh
time,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
whatever.
No, yeah. There's definitely a couple things that I'd like to do that I just don't have access to yet. The YouTube part of it is a stepping stone to that, right? Because what I would like to do is get to the point where I am getting some of those offers from some of these teams that the guys with 1 million subscribers get, right? But being able to like really pass on valuable shit. And the problem is that I'm never gonna shill for anybody. So but the access that they get really is unlimited. So what I want to do is I've always thought that there has to be a way to have a fund, and this is in the future, right? A fund run by smart contracts that gives people who are not accredited investors or have access to sort of pre-sales or things like that, like allocations. Then outside of trading, there's a bunch of stuff that I'd like to do. A bunch of
When
stuff
you
I'd
when
like
you
to do.
say when you say allocations, you mean into like pre-sales that
Yeah, like
the big guys, the VCs get?
yeah, like pre-sales or and that I'm not talking about the pre-sales that I mean talking about like actual like people bought into SpaceX at under $100 and without being locked in certain instances. And this one YouTuber I was watching the other day said he had Claude clean up his emails, and Claude found a invitation to the SpaceX IPO from like months ago. This is an opportunity missed because he didn't get but stuff like that. There's a couple people who have tried to do it. I don't know if you guys know Kyle Chase. He's just an older sort of OG guy. He runs something called, I don't even remember the name of it, something Commonwealth, something. It's that sort of thing, right? Where he's trying to make opportunities available to the community. But it's that sort of thing, right? Trying to make at least give you the opportunity to look at things before other people can, without having to hit certain limits to be able to do that, right? And sort of knock that glass ceiling down a little bit. But other than that, construction projects, bro, I think the most money, honestly, the best spent money, in my opinion, is construction in third world countries, underdeveloped.
Yeah, Vietnam is very decent for that because the economy is expanding. Like the past like 10 years, I think they doubled or something like that.
My boy 10
And
years ago was
there's
trying to
like a
get
shit
me.
ton of potential.
My boy 10 years ago was trying to get me to some beach community in Belize, and I was like, bro. But now, stupid mistake. I should have definitely got that little beachfront property. But that's the goal, right? Like the goal isn't Bitcoin isn't the end goal, right? Bitcoin facilitates what you want to do in life. So I'm not somebody that says you just load up Bitcoin and you said like, no, like, what if? You know what I mean? What if? You have to turn it into real assets. You have to turn it into hard assets, I should say, like actual physical hard assets. Until we get to the point where Bitcoin is seen as a flight to safety, you've got to turn it into physical stuff eventually, like a home or metals. Businesses. Yeah, if we look at M2, just to look at it real quick, What's good is that since we have the offset, we get to see into the future a little bit. And the interesting part of what we can see now is the timing. Right, so we're seeing it start to roll over September. If we put in a lower high here, right, then we'd be looking at possibly bottoming in Octoberish, which would be great, right? We want that to be relaxed already. So we'll see. We'll see if that holds, that SR flip and just rolls. But in my opinion, it will. I mean, for me right now, for the next cycle, it's going to be land, yeah, because just because of the rotation, right? I don't expect gold. I think gold. I'm definitely buying gold. Period. When we dip, because like we went over the gold deep dive the other day. I think gold is severely underpriced for what we're going into, but that doesn't mean it's time now. But the land rotation, I think, is going to be the big one. And we'll have the whole bull market to see how bad the drop is on real estate. But I know one thing, that whatever the drop is, it's going to be the cheapest that land gets for the next 18 years. So
Would you buy RWA land?
ugh, I mean, for short-term gains, yeah, I mean, it's easier. It's a lot more liquid, right? But nah, I'm really anti-paper right now going into this next decade. And I think it seems like most people are on the same page. Like, I need deliverables. I need something I can touch. I need to be able to hold my Bitcoin, not hold the ETF, right? I need to be able to hold gold, not a futures contract. I need to be able to hold land, not a RWA.
An actual loan so you can touch grass physically.
Yeah, I mean, even if I never see it, right? Even if it's just managed or something, but there has to be something real there. I think we're running into the age of promises being called in. You know what I mean? Like just seeing what's happening in metals, gold, metals. China alone is going to force honesty in metals right now. Like we're about to see the whole paper gold thing just blown wide open. With land, I mean, we're really just starting it, right? When you think about it, we don't really have a bubble on land when it comes to that because they haven't started all the bullshit that they, but yeah, once there's RWAs, then there will be rehypothecation, right? There will be more plots sold or more shares of a certain property sold than actually exist because of shorting and borrowing and lending and the little shit that falls through the cracks and all the bullshit that they blame it on. We know what it is, right? You're just making synthetic shares.
Speaking on that, do you remember what happened to oil forward contracts during COVID? Like I
Yeah.
think like the very beginning of COVID.
Yeah, they were paying you to hold that shit.
Yeah, that went negative. And
Yeah.
like everyone like lost their marbles. Everyone's like, what do you mean it's negative? Like I bought it. What do you mean it's negative? Yeah.
I mean, yep. It was a good time to be holding. But the amount of oil contracts and options that are out right now promising people barrels of oil at prices that they cannot deliver on without that straight being open, it's going to get bad. There's going to be, the margin calls are going to be insane. And that's, in my opinion, why you see all this peace talk, no peace talk, peace talk, no peace talk. Every time they run a bullshit story about peace, price drops and more people can get out of their margin positions. More big players like they did on silver. JP Morgan was on the hook for 4,000 tons of silver that they did not own, that they were selling out of price, meaning they would have had to buy that silver over 100. They were promising those bars at 80 an ounce, 4,000 tons of it. And then price drops to 70. They get out of that position, and then price goes back up to 100. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Yeah, I'm not sure in what form yet, but yeah, I'm looking to get some land at the top of the next bull market. I don't know if it's going to be, it'll probably be a personal home. But if not, I'm definitely going to pick up something. I don't like dealing with tenants though, so it'll probably be commercial. Excuse me. It's not hard to get into, y'all, either. Again, not financial advice, but you get yourself a percentage of a down payment. You pick up a empty lot in the city that's building, concrete slab. You throw a shed on it with some parking attendants for a couple years, so it pays for itself. And then you wait for one of those neighbors to come knocking, talking about they need your lot for the next skyscraper. Tell them no a couple times. They give in. I'm tired. Yeah, if you have a little money, put a garage on it, you know, whatever. Those food truck parking lots are big right now too. My boy's doing the same thing. He's got a lot in the city. And every night after like 5 o'clock, there's just like a bunch of food trucks. They got a DJ. Everybody hangs out there and eats. It became like he turned the empty parking lot into like a venue, right? Building absolutely nothing. Literally, there's a fence around that shit. He charges the food trucks to park there. I'm sure he's probably violating a couple city ordinances, but it is Miami after all. But yeah, he's got a good little thing going. Remember, all you're doing is trying to cover taxes and mortgage if you didn't buy it outright. I'm all for business if it pays for itself, 1000%. But like where I'm at right now, it's got to be like a passion project. I just don't. I know I won't give a business that's purely for profit my all right now because that's just not where my head's at. Got to be something I care about. The Rock, what's going on, bro? Yeah, I got some good sleep. Little bear flag. This is where we test to see if we're going to hold the top of these ranges, right? These are our two psychological ranges. I mean, our two volume ranges, sorry. Our psych high is there, but our psych low is all the way down here. So the goal is, just for everybody that's just tuning in, is to turn the break of this range into an actual breakout and not a deviation. Right? If price gets accepted back into this range, so blue dotted line, right? Blue dashed line. Price gets accepted back into that range, then you would expect it to come very, very low if it can't hold point of control. If we can hold and take out these highs, then we have an actual breakout, and we can try to see if we can grab some of these measured moves before our false move up deadline at midnight tonight. But we will be right here when we cross that line, so we'll see where we're at on the chart. That's what they do here, and they do that shit right here in the city. Anybody that's ever been to Miami Lakes, to the point where the city made it a mascot and shit. But anybody that's been to Miami Lakes, you know those fields that they have with like there's like those white and black cows right in the middle of the city. That's straight tax purposes. I Yeah, but look at how close point of control is. So it's like, but usually, yeah, what I like to see, what I consider being accepted back into a range is the same as breaking out of a pattern. I want to see the retest, right? So we break back down into this range. It's not until we try to get back out of it and reject that I really consider it being accepted back into the range. Usually that's cool because point of control will be way down here and you can, but we're so close to point of control that it'll probably just bounce off point of control, then retest, and then we'll know at that point, right? Like, yeah, it does take patience. You just gotta decide whether you're gonna wait for a retest or not, right? Whether you're the type of person that needs the retest or not. All it means is one, you're gonna take less trades, right? But most successful strategies mean that you're taking less trades. But two, it just means you gotta watch out with your stop losses. That's all. Just assume you're wrong with your stop loss instead of assuming you're right, and then you'll be straight. South Beach is one of the worst places to park. Like they literally hunt for cars on South Beach. Like actively just patrol. Like they don't come out when they're called. You know what I mean? Like they're literally parked up, just waiting. They might know what time your meter runs out more than you do. They're just watching the clock. And they don't boot them either. They take them. The city at least puts the boot on the car. Let's see what kind of walls we got. $380 Bitcoin at 658, which is basically our supply right here. Bear case. I mean, our base case. And to the downside, not much. Another 300 Bitcoin. 65 flat. This demand right here. That supply above us is about 400 Bitcoin between that and the 200 EMA. We got about 400 or 500 Bitcoin to absorb if we want to get above this 200. Yeah, sell wall above. Now we can speed up. And watch the spoofers. What I'm also watching when I watch this is I'm watching walls build. Watching walls build and strengthen. While I'm watching candles, right? So, in other words, if I start to see a grid up above, and then I see a red candle and I see the grid starts to spoof or starts to sort of disappear, then those to me are low conviction shorters, right? Or the opposite. Like if you see a green candle up towards it and they start to run from. But then you get your lines of people that don't move no matter what, right? And those are the guys that are serious. Those are the ones that plan on letting that order fill. This entire thing that we're looking at here, this entire space on the chart is between this white line and 65, right? This part of the chart. The orders that are popping up above us on this part of the chart. Pop, pop, pop. Your lines are your orders in the book. Your balls are the market, market buys and sells. And yes, I said balls. We're all adults here. So when you slow it down, you can see how candles are built, right? You know how I always tell you guys, don't look at the candle as going sideways, right? Look at prices only going up or down. Right? Price only moves through the order book up or down. Here you can see sort of the representation of that, right? The candle just either grows, right? Depending on where those orders are filled. Let me make the balls smaller so you can see what I mean. So those orders are filling at a certain point in the order book. If there's no delta to push price, then the candle doesn't get any bigger. Right? See how the orders are now lower? Right? Buyers and sellers have had to move down on the order book to find buyers and sellers. The reason that we get patterns is because we also track time. And so instead of going up or down, up or down, up or down, we go up or down. Right now, the spread is very thin, right? Where your longs and your shorts, where your buys and your sells are triggering. See, now that candle's done, we're building a new candle. It's ready to pop, but it needs the fuel to grab all of these. See how as soon as it moved up, these guys got like spoofy? Right? Now only the people that really mean it, the people that really intend on filling orders are still there. Everybody else that was trying to spoof and scare price, they're gone. Now they're doing it underneath, right? Ooh, hey, look, we got orders down here. Come get us. That's what you can't see unless you're looking at a heat map. Or unless you just have a beautiful mind and you can, like, you know what I mean? You can remember where the order came in and when it was moved and when it came back in. And but way easier to just look back in time and say, okay, these levels came in here. These have been spoofed. There's been tons of spoofing going on at this level. Right? These are real orders sitting at 658. Haven't moved, haven't spoofed. This is Bookmap, what we're using right now. You just got to go to their site, download it. It's intensive though on your computer. It's like, it'll lag you out, or at least it'll slow you down. Nah, we could go down. We could come down. The question was, is it bad if it doesn't invalidate this move because we're at the end of the month? I think we can come down and range without breaking these levels, right? We were gonna push up from here, put in a high, whatever it happens to be, and then come down one day up, one day down, you know, and then go through our weekly swing again. What I don't want to do is lose like 64.5, 65, 64.5. I don't want to lose. Oh, do they got a web-based version? I should probably be doing that instead. I'll check it out. All right, we're at that measured move for the W. We're just on the 1 minute though, remember. Yeah, that guy was something else, huh? I mean, yeah, I would expect that when we lose it, it'll be pretty quick. I expect 65 to 60 to be pretty quick. And then if we were to break 57, I'd expect to see 52 pretty closely. Yeah, the web version must be new, or at least relatively new. Give me a second. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm here, y'all. I'm just trying to finish up the deep dive for later.
Testing 1 2. I shouted it.
Yo. That's good, John. All right. But we haven't made a lot of ground at all.
Yo.
Bitcoin needs some milk. This is our current state of play. Right. First part of holding resistance or holding support is there. Second part doesn't happen until you take out the highs. So we're basically in a holding pattern till then. Just a little bit of hurry up and wait. You know? Similar to before. Only difference is we're not alone. Let's see how Asian market makers are feeling this afternoon. We're only a couple 1 minute candles deep, but pre-session started off strong. It is 8:30, so for the rest of the night, our focus will be how high can we go? First step, obviously, is taking out what is at least for right now our weekly high. Yeah, I think we can at least get there. My idea for this week is that we retest the top of our range, not the top of our not the top of our value area, but the top of our bearish structure, which is here. Right. So I think we hit the top of our bearish structure. I think our 3-day down holds our tops, which is what I would like. Right. Hit that top, 3-day down, and then we go for the top relief rally top next week. If we hold. If we don't hold, if we lose this and we start coming down to the midpoint of this range, this is last chance. If we don't hold that 64.3, 64.2 range, then I give up on this for July. Excuse me. If we can hold that, then I'm still shooting for those highs this month. But for right now, the top of this bearish channel is 66, which is why you're seeing sell orders at the top of the channel stacked up mostly. For this week, that's what we're trying to see. Whatever we put in today, in my opinion, is the high for the week. Unless we reset a high on the Friday trap, right? Because of our 3-day down. So wherever this ends up before 12 ends up being the high for the week. 3-day down, Thursday midweek reversal, Friday trap, weekend trap. Then we start sort of lining up for, do we take it? Do we false move down and 3-day up to get to our target? Or still way too early to figure that part out. But right now, the closest target, in my opinion, is obviously for a paper target, for a measured move target, but a structural target, the top of that, the bear flag. deviation, point of control. Value area high next if point of control does not hold. Very boring news day. Not boring like there's not news. Boring like all the news that there is boring as shit. Not a fun research day.
What's the good news?
Push him back. Push him back. Give me a second. I'm in the middle of something. I'll turn my camera on. All right, done with that. What are we at? Top of the range here. We done with this little hokey pokey now? Can we break out? What do you think, market maker? Because you don't have a lot of time left, brother. And you're trying to make it all dramatic for good content, but you might want to get to moving. You want some of these licks before 12. What, the large orders, Delta? Yeah, yeah. The distance that they travel means something too. The large orders that start at the soldier line are smaller than the large orders that start further back. The further back they start, the bigger they are. The really big ones come on the airplanes. Those red blocks, they just don't have the airplane. It's a placeholder. It doesn't have the. It doesn't have the texture yet. About 300 Bitcoin above. That's what it looks like above 65.7, 65.8. About 700 Bitcoin to get through 65.7. Another 400 or 500 Bitcoin. Actually, no, it's 792. See, it keeps spoofing. Somebody could spoof in a pretty big order there, but see if it lasts. Damn. Okay, Bears, I see you. Sort of losing out hope for putting up too much of a new high before 12. Like I said, we really didn't have the time to do this whole top of the range, bottom of the range shit again. Yeah, it's close enough to count it as a hit if this is all we get. I won't feel like I missed, you know what I mean? But it's not close enough in time. Right? This could still pop. The problem is our midnight deadline. But our relief rally hit. Like we got that official. Now, what I always tell y'all is how are you going to treat it? Right? Like, yeah, we're still looking for a possible new high going into the end of the month or whatever. But, you know, can I get a. Can, I just screw all of my charts up at once? Like, how do you even do that? Hold on. So, this isn't me. Every other relief rally we've had, right? The first one, our actual first bull market hit our bear case. Our first relief rally hit our bear case. Our second relief rally hit our bull case. Give me a second, I'll fix this. I'll just build it here instead of looking at it on the other chart. The bear case we hit early. That was at 63, or sorry, 62.9, which was the bottom of that vector. Our base case we just hit. That's 657. And then our bull case is that rejection off of 70. Right. So the question is that it, right? I will treat any rejection off of this as if it is, and then I'm resetting into that move instead of holding, wishing, praying, then having it break and have to make those decisions down at the bottom. Somebody trying to say something? Yeah, we already hit it. We hit it on the dot. Get this out of the way. Remember what happened last weekend when we were in the same situation? The difference is that we had a false move down instead of a false move up. Right? So we had a false move down. We were waiting to see if this was going to be the lows for the week. We expected it to go lower because you had liquidations down there, but it never went. Right? It put in the high low. And then as soon as that move down expired, we had our big push for the week. Right? So we're basically right here. Right? Trying to figure out, is this the low or the high, right? Or is there another low or high before we hit? If you invert the chart. So, same situation, flip scenario. Right? False move down, waiting for that week to expire. It's the question we have every week at this time, right? Have whales taken control, or is market maker still running the show? Agreed upon don't mean shit until they put pen to paper. There's anything that we've learned over this past bull market is that words are literally just words when it comes to Washington. For me, I don't need a confirmation. For me, what I need is an invalidation that it isn't. The invalidation that it isn't in play is if we put a new high in after 12 o'clock midnight. As long as no new highs put in, it's in play. Yeah, at that point we trade by momentum. And we just follow the trend until the end. Eastern Standard, New York time. Hopefully it's like last weekend where we didn't really have a lot of time to sit and figure it. Like it literally just as soon as the clock hit for the most part. We had a slight retrace and then just went. Two and a half hours. Bro, why must you come in here every day and remind people that you don't understand how price moves? Like, at some point, you figure you'd be embarrassed to keep saying the same thing over and over. You got to relax, brother. Not cooked, but close. You can't expect NASDAQ and ES to continue much longer than they have already. The crazy thing is, we're starting to hear some of the stuff that we heard at the top of the crypto market, too, where people were saying, no, it's not a 4-year cycle, it's a 5-year cycle. You're starting to hear that on Legacy now, too. What if liquidity doesn't contract? And what if, I don't know, bro. It looked toppy to me. This time is different, yeah. Maybe the banks don't need to bring money back in so that they can reset. They figured out a way to keep this Ponzi alive without the liquidity cycle. I'm talk about Ponzi. Like, I never hear you talk about the US dollar, bro. You love to call Bitcoin a Ponzi, but the biggest Ponzi in the world stares at you right in your face every day and you don't even mention it. Yeah, after the next dip, it'll get the loudest, right? After the next dip, everybody will be super on edge. Damn, bears. Okay, we get it. But that volley wasn't going to stop. Yeah, the range is the range, right? You got to assume support is support until it's not. Resistance is resistance till it's not, given the same amount of volume. My bad. I'm talking into a muted mic. I've got bookmap set on 1 minute, right? So we're watching the current candle form. Be right back.